Hello, hello, check, check. Hello. Hello, hello. कम करना आ रहा है ना నాకు తగ్గించే సౌండ్ తగ్గించే బ్యాస్ హలో 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 ఇంకొంచెం తగ్గించారన్న హలో 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 hello 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 yeah.
So good afternoon, dear participants. It's my privilege to introduce our resource person for today's session on data repositories, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Reddy, Assistant Professor in the School of Management Studies at the University of Hyderabad. Dr. Reddy has been associated with the University of Hyderabad since 2018 and brings a strong blend of academic expertise and industry experience in healthcare management. Prior to joining UoH, he served at the Goa Institute of Management and worked with the reputed healthcare institutions in Apollo Hospitals and Dr. N.H. Hiranandani Hospital, as well as with the National Health Mission. He holds a PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and a Master's of Hospital Administration from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. His research interests include health system studies, public health strategy, healthcare data analysis. He has published extensively in reputed journals indexed with Scopus, Web of Science, and Concurrent. With academic background, specialized in research and data-driven management.
Participant.
According to the needs.
Can I? Oh, yeah.
I now request
Go ahead.
Sir kindly take over the class and lead us through the session.
Thank you, Priyanka, for your nice introduction. I also welcome all the participants coming from this part of Andhra. Yeah. Now am I audible? Okay. All of us know that. Yeah. Keep giving. Not an issue.
K.S. Ramya, Lakshmi Naras, P. Sambashiva Rao, P. Chandrasekhar, P.A. Sahida Banu, Dr. R. K. Ravishankar, B. Satish, Dr. R. Gangaraju,
ओपन नहीं हो रहा है पीपीटी हाँ
Gita Raju, Palivela Rajesh, G Ganapati, M Yesupagam,
रुको ये डाटा रिपोजिटरी
Anita Revanshi, Jamila Bibi,
लाइफ साइंस ओनली
M Ramesh.
commerce that side. Afternoon they will come here.
Dr. G. Chandra Bharadwaj, P. Uma Devi, Yanma Kavya, Venkat Ramana, S. Ramavati,
देखिए थोड़ा क्या प्रॉब्लम. हाँ हाँ उसको थोड़ा बोल के. तो So today we will discuss about various data repositories. As you all are from life sciences background, we will discuss some of the projects or some of the things related to life science also. Basically, I will give examples from health sector. Health and pharma sector also I will give examples. We all know that the pharma research is one of the important parameter which enable the furthering of medical sciences, drug discovery, clinical trial, all those things. We all know that without data and good quality data, we cannot get everything. What we are supposed to do, it cannot be possible if we are not engaged in good quality data. Otherwise, as you are scientists, pure scientists, that is STEM related scientists, all of you, and you are training and teaching STEM related subjects, that is science, mathematics, life sciences and other things. We all know that the precision required is very huge. We simply can't accept where some fault is there. If there is things are not repeated, causation is not proved, cause is not proved, then we have to discard the thing. We simply can't depend on that. For this particular thing, we need to know what are different databases available. How many of you know that during COVID, India has done miracle? For other developing countries concerned, India has done miracle. And what are those miracles India has done? Can somebody tell? Yeah? Vaccines. Of vaccines. Vaccine development was not that easy, which is a very important thing. Beyond vaccine also, there are administrative decisions the governments across India took based upon certain databases and certain work of people. Yeah. System. Internet. Yeah. In the meantime, we will discuss theoretical things. Even though in this session, we are not touching some of the important aspect, lab related thing. Next sessions will be conducted on lab based things also. So there are certain technical glitch, we are solving it. Okay. But the PPT and everything we will be sharing. PPT also we will share with you so that the links, URL, everything are with you. So you can simply click in those in your personal laptop and get the information and the work out of it. Theoretically, we will discuss as of now. See, if you, coming to the COVID time, is it possible humanly to produce a COVID vaccine within 6 to 9 months? Just tell. No, sorry. It's humanly not possible. Any vaccine we have, humankind has discovered, it's also one of the gift of life sciences, because there are many life sciences scientists have worked on it and worked very hard, even endangering their life. Then we are getting drugs, vaccines and other things. So it's not humanly possible to get the vaccine within 6 to 9 months. How it was possible? Because in the background, I was listening to the chair, Bharat Biotech. What is his name? Chairman of Bharat Biotech. He usually come to our university off and on. And his wife is our alumni also. Yeah. Anji Reddy is also a great person. He has a lab in our university. During your stay, you can see his lab. Anji Reddy's company, that is Dr. Reddy, they also done some of the initial things, that is Sputnik vaccine. Sputnik, you know, in our university campus only. They have a big lab here. That is Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. So, and this is, I am just, but yeah, Krishna has done this because there is a platform for vaccine development. He is in this job last 15-20 years. He has put a lot of resources in AI, getting database, including US database and other. Then finally, he makes sure that whatever things may take, actually the vaccine was done in simulated way in the computer first. All of you know that National Institute of Virology, one of the ICMR institute, they helped a lot. Initial development, other things they do. But that is not all about marketable vaccines cannot be done in that way. In lab, we scientists can produce things, but to make it commercialize, there is a lot of tests have to be passed. FDA test, your international FDA, UN approval, so many things are there. So the data, what was being used for other vaccines was used for this vaccine. Okay, so the platform is ready, the technology is ready. All of you know what is the vaccine technology. I don't have to tell much, but what I like to tell that there is one check. They usually do it very meticulously. That is the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. The work that need 1 year was done within 2 months or 3 months. And without good quality research paper, your vaccine technology and your final vaccine administration will not be approved. So he has published minimum of 6 papers within short interval in the global community in different reputed journals. Then only vaccine was accepted. And in the entire development of vaccine, artificial intelligence was used, machine and in the existing platforms. Platform was ready. Many of the things are repurposed. Repurposed, you understand? Something has been done for other thing, but suddenly COVID come, we will use the same thing for COVID. Getting my point? Same thing also, we can repurpose many of our resources, especially intellectual resources for this, if different databases are available clearly. So what is data repository and database in AI? If you see, data is the foundation of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Without data, good quality. These technologies are there since 50 years or more than that. Artificial intelligence. But without data, artificial intelligence cannot do much. Usually people in the world put password. Password, you know? to their repository. They think that this is our thing, we will not share it. Then what will happen? Nobody can access the database and do anything. Then the problem starts. We don't have data. So how we can do things? There is no repository. People are hesitant to share their database. Then can artificial intelligence break those barriers and do it before 20 years or before 30 years? Situation, you just think about this. Is it possible? Your personal data you are keeping at your place, your mobile phone is not linked, you are not ready to share, or your organization is not ready to share. It's near about impossible for you to do a deep research in artificial intelligence or machine learning, use of machine learning basically. So there was a revolution when people, government organization, non-government agencies, they come forward and say that we will share our data. Maybe we will put certain conditions, but let the data be in public domain. No more drug discovery is happening accidentally. Everything is now data driven. Are you all agreeing with me? Previously what happened, all of you know that the story of Alexander Fleming. It was by accident penicillin was discovered. There are many of the scientific discoveries happen accidentally. It's not that something systematically done. Nobody has done systematically. Maybe somebody has knowledge, because to see that accident we need also knowledge. But now everything can be done systematically. What drug we are going to develop, what policy we are going to make, what sort of approach we will follow, all these things are possible because currently we are giving emphasis on data. Getting my point? So the basically I also talk with one vice president of a pharmaceutical company, Lupin, you know. She say that now we have more data means more clinical accuracy in clinical trial, better access to leads for drug discovery, better quality of clinical studies, maybe animal study or maybe lab study, whatever things. So if everything is better by 20% due to artificial intelligence, finally the result will be either in pharma production or life sciences, any product production, the accuracy will be more, the product quality will be more. Those things are also possible. Previously also I told you artificial intelligence was there. It's not new, very new. But without data it is like lame, deaf. Okay, you have knowledge. You all of you know laser technology. Laser technology when discovered, 100 years before by scientists. People say that it's a great technology. Even Nobel Prize was given, but they give only to one person. They say that why your entire team will give 2, 3, maximum 3 people can get. But they refuse. They say that it's a good invention, we are giving Nobel Prize. But what is its use? People ask that it's a great technology, laser technology. But in those days, it has precision, it has tracing, it has so many things. But in those days, there are other side technology applications are not there. People ask question, what is the use of it? It may be a great technology. How it will help humanity? No clue was there. It's just a technology, fine, it's a fundamental research, it's a great research. But what is its use? But see now, without laser technology, nothing is possible. Precision surgery, robotic surgery, you take anything, even our spacecraft, even our precision delivery medicines. Even precision medicines, drug delivery, so many things. Is it possible without laser technology now? Laser is used in warfare. Laser is used in space technology, in medicine, in agriculture. Agriculture also it is used widely. In excavation, excavation of different things, in tracing resources. So many things are there. Laser with AI, with I mean mining technology, with what is that, GI technology. So many things are there. Without laser now, nothing can we think of. Okay, so without AI now, nothing is also possible. We will find next generation kids, they will be using AI. Even nowadays, 4-year, 5-year kids are using Gemini. If you give your kid, they will directly ask, teach me Telugu, teach me Hindi. They will teach all those things. How that is possible? Gemini is using, or your Perplexity, your all AI inquiry system, they are using so many things. Okay, the database they have fed into the AI system is mammoth. All those are in cloud and cloud based. So now sitting at Hyderabad or Bijawada or Guntur, a kid can ask things which can retrieve the very essential materials from United States. Those things can be curated. So now the data has been leveraged. Okay, even Andhra Pradesh, you know, the way they are envisioning, especially your chief minister and your education minister and IT minister and your Pawan Kalyanji, the way they are envisioning the AI and its thing, no other chief minister is doing this thing. There may not be many IT parks in Andhra Pradesh, because I was seeing the revenue from IT. The revenue from IT, if you see, Bangalore, whatever revenue it is having, Hyderabad is having half of it. Okay, or around that. Whereas Andhra Pradesh is lagging. But this lagging will not be there once Quantum Valley and all the high-end data centers along with its applications come into place. So all these things are possible. Nowadays, all of you are using Flipkart or Amazon and other things. How you are using, what is the use of it? They are using databases of many companies along with your personal data. Getting my point? Your personal data, which you also put in internet. Getting my point? So, or your interest, your behavioral things, they are tracing all those things. So, database is very important. And what are the database today? I will not make you overburdened. I will just give you maybe 2 concepts and few databases. How those databases can change the life of students, the life of farmer, the life of scientist. We will see those things. Okay. So why matters in AI? Data is the foundation of artificial intelligence. Already I explained. Quality of AI models depends on data availability, data quality, data diversity, data relevance. Another important thing, let me tell you. How you find India's data quality? Tell me, is it very poor or very rich or at the middle? Just guess, which one? How many of you are thinking India's data quality is very high? Poor. Poor, then how many of you are saying that it is at, okay, we are at, we have not so good data system, but we are at middle? How many of you are saying that India's database is at just middle? It's not very. How many? Please raise your hand. Yeah, some of you are agreeing that it is at the middle. Our databases are not that robust due to various reasons. I'm not saying for Andhra Pradesh or Telangana or Bengal or Karnataka. Entire India I am taking, okay, including all northern states. Because India cannot develop if one part or one city is developed. India will be developed or maybe in the process of development if all the rural urban area and all 4 sides of India is developing. Getting my point? So India's data quality is rated C grade by certain agency, B grade by certain agency. It's at middle. At least we have database. We may not have fantastic database. We have database. We have an Aadhaar system. Aadhaar database, you know. Because of this, when Aadhaar database was made, do you think our scientists, our engineers, software technocrats, they have thought that Aadhaar would be used in such a wide way? No, they have just think of it will be used for banking purpose, maybe some PDS purpose, maybe 4 or 5 things they have thought of. Even to create Aadhaar database, they have not invested much. Nandan Nilekani was the chairman of Aadhaar sort of thing. He do not think of much, but gradually now for organ donation, Aadhaar is linked. Are you agreeing? Nobody has thought about this. UPI was not there. Nobody thought it will be used for UPI because UPI was not there. Our DPI, that digital public infrastructure, DPIs are helping in big way. E-signature, you know, nowadays you can make your e-signature by just paying 200 rupees, which will authenticate by your thumb impression, your name, your everything. It cannot be duplicated. Your signature can be forged by somebody. If you are not going, suppose now Priyanka has take your attendance. If somebody is not there, somebody will forge, and it will be more accurate than the actual person also. But the e-database cannot be forged. The forging chance is very, very less. That's why in international transactions, blockchain, and many other places, they are asking e-signature. It's very less, it's less costly because in India there is a digital public infrastructure. This digital public infrastructures will help India grow faster, develop things faster, all those things. So the data quality we have to increase. We have, that is our pride, but we have to strengthen it. That is our work. Okay. Then better data, more data, complex algorithms, and better results will be there. System learn patterns, predictions, decisions. For decisions only from data, hence data sets and repositories are critical infrastructure in AI education and research. Then what is data set? A data set is a structured and or unstructured collection of data used for training AI model, artificial intelligence models, whatever is there, it will train. Next 5 days, 4 days, you will be learning in depth. Then training AI models, testing models, validation, analysis and research, all those things are possible by this. Example, student performance record. Medical image. In medicine, trust me, nowadays many diseases, those are not possible to diagnose earlier. Even I have seen, recently I have visited Nellore to a institute, that is Narayana Institute. Okay. So there I found that students are using so many good things on for development of intellectual property and other things. Research they are doing. They are saying that we'll make our prototypes, we'll patent it. To that level, students are thinking. Teachers are mentoring them well, and the system is also supporting in a big way. I'm not saying Nellore is not a very flashy city like Hyderabad or Bangalore, but whatever happening here is happening in Nellore. I have seen in my eye, and I interact with many students, and I find the aspirations they have will one day make Andhra Pradesh great in a different innovation atmosphere and other things. So one thing I like to mention here also, the diagnostics or the diagnosis of disease before 20 years, we depend on Singapore or US. Even our politicians, those have capability to pay. But now all those diagnosis technologies with much more advanced technology is available in districts of Andhra Pradesh. Are you all agreeing or not? In every district, one MRI will be there. Even Apollo Hospital is there in Nellore. I am astonished that Apollo, along with its all cutting edge technology, are there. In Visakhapatnam, not all districts, but Majority of districts have MRI machine. This MRI machine is now working with whom? Is using AI and giving precision diagnosis. Okay, no more India is lagging. Even the rural area is not lagging. Okay, so medical image, then satellite image. Satellite image, all of you know that Hyderabad, Bangalore are also very well known for its space technology. If you simply see your Google map near Hyderabad's, airport, you will find there are 10 and 15 companies are there. Those who are doing work in space technology for American companies of Brazil, for imaging and different purpose. They are using the publicly available database. You know, first time our Vikram lander crashed. Second time we got success. Chandrayana mission, you know, Chandrayana 3 we got success. But first time when the machine crashed, it was not ISRO who tell us the Vikram lander crash. It's an engineer sitting at Chennai. Getting my point? He is just a BTech. He tell that exactly this place the Chandrayana crashed. How it was possible? Because there are publicly available databases available. These engineers, what happened? They are very curious. So many news is coming to Vikram, where it vanished, nobody knows. Then he see all the data of NASA. Those are publicly available data. They release all this data on daily basis. The images of far and deep space data. So this deep space data, an engineer sitting in his leisure time, sitting at Chennai, is seeing what happened to Vikram lander, and he say that exactly this place, this has 5 broken pieces and all those things. He find out all those things. Okay, because NASA also did not tell us clearly. NASA say that it is crashed. Everybody know it is crashed because there is no celebration. But where it is crashed, how it look like, and where it go, that was a matter of discussion for many days. If you remember, those who are space enthusiasts. But a kid sitting at Chennai, he say that this is the situation. Because of public databases are there. Traffic data, you know, drones are used for traffic studies. Okay, in busy cities, especially busy cities like your, Visakhapatnam, Hyderabad, you know, different traffic data. So drones are giving this data, publicly available data, or say it streaming data. Then they are planning in advance. In Delhi especially, most of the flyover, this time just 15 days before I went to Delhi, they have built, a layer of flyover in Delhi and Noida region, or in entire Delhi. Another layer of flyover they made based upon this traffic study, these things. Then text document, sensor data, these are the data set links I have put. You will see if the system work, I will show how to use this and how to see these things. Otherwise, you can see at your place also. Types of data sets. Types of data set, you know, public data set. Public data set definition. Public data set is freely available, open access. These are sort of open access, freely available, and other things. Then legally reusable. Nobody can stop you to use it for research purpose and other thing. Your students can use this data for doing research, thinking in a different way, providing new insight, so many things. Nobody can question them. Okay, accessible without special permission. No permission because there is, as I told you, that there is a great movement to give or data sets for public purpose. Suppose I collect data. I collect by using few of the students or maybe few of the PhD student, researchers, my computer, which has no access, others don't have access. I just publish one or two paper, then I see. But if I put it in public domain, others can see it. Can new insight be arrived? Can new things be done? All those things can be possible. Okay. Then often licensed under data license, open data license, because anyway we all know that India as a country, we respect the IPR. What is IPR? Can somebody tell? Intellectual property right. In India, we don't violate intellectual property right. But at the same time, we give credit who has created the data. We are saying that yes, you have made it open, and we are giving you credit. You are the real owner of this. But at the same time, we and find out new insights. Collaborations and other things can happen easily. Oh, then open licensing, those things. Then I think we have open to student, researcher, faculty, startup. Startups, how they will use, suppose some life science data is there regarding human genomics or maybe genetics, cancer biology, so many things. We in our university have a Aspire Bionest Center situated in a life science building. Ask sir to you, as you all professors are from life science background, I urge you to have a visit in evening time. Ask sir to make some arrangement. Our life science is one of the fantastic life science department in India. Indian University. Almost 70-80 faculty members are there. High profile faculty scientists are there. So you can at least see the building and what they are doing outside. There you will find a lot of people are engaged in startup related work. Startup, you know, to generate new product, new good, which they market and they are handled, tests they conduct there. So all those things are possible, can be possible if the data is available public. Our youngsters, especially they are PhD students basically, PhD students, master students, they are very excited to create new product, analyze new things. One of the student I was mentoring, he find out some material for dentures. Dentures, you know, from fish skin. The dentures which now cost maybe 10,000, 15,000 rupee, 10,000. He said that by using this, the cost can be reduced to 3,000, 2,000. So we know that in healthcare, a lot of innovations are needed. And in a country like India, we simply cannot say that establish big hospital, appoint good doctor, appoint good nurse, and give them a salary, give medicines free and everything and solve the problem. It's not possible. For a country like India, if you appoint, who will give money? Where resources will come? We have to innovate so that cheaply we can find out medication for the same medicine. Cancer medicines, you know, there was a time only rich people can get the get cancer treatment. Now, even middle class and poor people with government's insurance scheme, they are also getting the chance to get treated for cancer. We can't stop the disease because our food, our environment, all the things are getting polluted. So cancer and environmental hazards will be more and more. But at the same time, we have to discover something which will help us in reducing all those things. Okay, reducing the cost of the medicines. Debi Shetty, all of you know who is Debi Shetty? A doctor in Bangalore, Narayana Health. Narayana Health, many of you, maybe many of you Andhra Pradesh people are also going to be treated in Bangalore or elsewhere in Debi Shetty's Narayana Health. Okay, they have also chain of hospitals like Apollo. He said that we cannot give freely or at reduced cost the high-end heart surgery or cardiac surgery, all those things. What we can do, we can reduce the cost and provide the service. So what he do fast, he he used his managerial mind. He did not establish his hospitals in center of the city. Once you are going, suppose 10-20 kilometer away from the city, the land cost will be less, the building cost will be less. He don't put glossy tiles and other things because the building cost will go up. He will manage in that. At the same time, he makes sure that the gowns and in disinfected materials the cardiac surgeons wear, usually one kit cost 3,000 rupee. What he do exactly? He say that he ask the local tailors and give material to them. The same, because those things are supplied by some Singapore farm. They are charging per kit 3,000 rupee. He say that by doing it locally, giving the order to local people, giving the specification and what is that, sterilization, the kit cost come down to 700 rupee. 3,000, where is 3,000, where is 700? Our people will do, because we are importing from Singapore. It's just cotton dress. Then he reduce cost. Medications also. He said that farms should do it. Our somebody told that Anji Reddy, Kalam Anji Reddy stent, you know, they discovered it last 20 years. It's very less cost. When the stent cost was 1 lakh, our Bharat Ratna Abdul Kalam and Anji Reddy, they team up and discover this Kalam Anji Reddy stent, which is now also in a use. It's just 10,000, 15,000 rupees. So this type of innovation need huge publicly available data. Climate data, census data, these things, public transport. Private data sets are also there for various purposes. Definition of private data, a private data set is that is owned by an organization or an institution. Suppose a university have some data. We are ready to give, but we have, you all life science scientists, you know that to create data, you need 2-3 PhD students, 1 crore of machine, so many costs are involved. If you give it free, then who will bear all these costs? Your university or government can't bear that cost. Your electron microscope, so many other high-end technologies you are using. So what you can do, you say that we have these data, but give us charges per hour or charges per data set. We will share with you. You come to our lab along with your idea, you work on it. Okay, we are not stopping anyone. We are just charging very minimal thing. Okay, maybe 1 hour, per day 2,000 we will charge. But you use our machine. Curate data. Without data, research is not possible. Innovation is not possible. Research paper is not possible. So these private agencies also create a lot of data. Is owned by organization or privately organization. Has restricted access. There is access, but you pay some rupee and access it. Requires permission and authorization, often protected by confidentiality and privacy law. Because it's not that you are taking it for your personal use. You simply can't give it to other. So you have to write an agreement that I will not share it with others. If I share, then this will be the penalty. Characteristic, sensitive information, access control. Access control will be there. After your use, suppose you rent this for 1 month. After 1 month, you have to again pay fee. Data protection compliance requirement. Example is hospital patient records. Hospital patient record, just I am giving you an elaborate example. Listen me. Yeah. In a hospital, one of my friend argue that, friend and also one of the data scientists from Delhi, we are interacting. The mobile phone belongs to one company. Just I am telling in a very common way. The mobile phone belong to maybe HTC or maybe Plus One or maybe Apple, like that. The mobile technology belong to somebody. The patient is a individual. The hospital belong to somebody. Doctor ask you, you will be treated for certain disease. It may be CT, MRI, X-ray. Getting my point? Whatever. And those machines are also produced by Philips, GE, Siemens, so many other companies. Getting my point? So many other companies. So among them, among these companies, so many people are involved when medical data is created, whether it is MRI data, whether it is your personal data, whether it is somebody's data. Tell me, to whom this data belongs? Just guess to whom this data belongs. Who is the custodian of this data? Who has the right for this data? Patient has the right for this data. The company who sell the equipment, he may have invented it or discovered it. They don't have the right. The hospital, who is the owner of the setup, he also don't have the right. He is the custodian. The doctor who is asking you to do this thing, he is just suggesting you. But patient, all the data, privacy and other things belong to patient. Without consent of patient, you can share it. That's why when you go for treatment in many big hospitals, they will give you a consent letter that your data will be used for research purpose and without mentioning your name. Getting my point? Without mentioning your name. So that much of confidentiality one has to follow. Then corporate customer data, banking transaction data, you know, there are a lot of frauds are happening because this banking company, these supermarkets, they are sharing this data with somebody. Just give 5 rupee per phone number, I will give you. These are their income level. You just call them, ask them to sell your product, which is very unethical. That's why the private data needs a lot of authentication, lot of consent, I mean everything. Importance of a public database in AI education, academic, importance enables hands-on learning. All these databases, that is Government of India and that databases I have shown you, quickly we will discuss because when will be the launch time? Okay. So I will show you. Then enables hands-on learning, supports project-based education. These databases can be used for that, helps in research publication, encourages student innovation. That is our main purpose. Even in our university, any student come, we are giving them a data set. We have a data analytics management course also. We ask students to use certain database and give certain insight to build business or to help in businesses. Then supports reproducible research. Pedagogical value, we are also doing this thing. Real world problem exposure. Now we have a data set where genomic study related things are there. We can show it how cancer is developed, how environmental problem is related to this type of particles or sort of things. Then data literacy importance, AI model training experience, interdisciplinary learning. Institutional benefit, low cost AI infrastructure, because at the end of the day, Indian entrepreneurs are not like American entrepreneurs. They need support from government, support from public, support from everybody. So if to create a IT enabled, AI enabled environment, if it cost 50,000, they can afford it. If it costs 5 lakh, can they afford it? No. It's very difficult for them to afford, especially if you are a startup. Either 5 groups will come together and solve the problem, or make the prices so low so that Indians can afford. Ethical compliance, curriculum integration, FDP training, all those things are also being done. Role of a public data set repositories. Why repositories matter? Centralized access, standard format, then documentation, metadata, version control, licensing clarity, research reliability. Okay, rule of public data set repository. PPT I will give, don't worry. These things you have to click. When in your system things will come, these databases you have to see how user friendly these databases are there. I would have demonstrated, but Kaggle, the purpose is data science learning competition data set. Features, thousands of free data sets are available. Our students, even no need for laptop. Many of you are teaching undergraduate student. No need of laptop also. Simple, they can go Kaggle database and learn things in their mobile phone at their home. Even if they don't have mobile phone also, they can take the smartphone of their families from somebody. They can see everything relating to life science, relating to social science, relating to management, businesses, innovation, everything. This database is a very fantastic database. Just to click it and see. Thousands of free ML competition, notebooks and tutorials, community learning. Community learning will also happen. Then use in teaching, student project. Students can just copy paste some of the tables, some of the figures, some of the graphs. They can make a beautiful project. And in a new education policy, all of you know that project is a compulsory. Why? Because now we are making available all those things. We are means it is already available. No more Indian students sitting in villages also have lack of access to all these database. Let me tell you, one of my brother during COVID time, he was working in Noida, one of the big IT firm of Noida. Suddenly some problem happened, his mother's health gone down. He worked for 1.5 years, sitting at a rural area of Odisha. Only internet is there. He make his home as office and earn lakhs of rupees. Okay, that was possible because all these database and problem solving things are also available in rural area also. So FDP demonstrations. Hugging Face database. This is NLP dataset, AI and natural language processing datasets. This is computer vision dataset, speech database datasets, deep learning ready formats, research grade database are also available. Used in teaching, deep learning labs. These things may not be that useful for you, but those who are from computer science, they can use this deep learning, neural network and many other advanced things. Okay, then research project. UCI machine learning repository, academic machine learning database, classic machine learning database, clean datasets, benchmark dataset. These things can be benchmarked with real things. Algorithm testing. Algorithm testing, we computer science students usually do, BCA, MCA students do. So, and it's not that life science people don't need it. Life science also need this. Life science scientists need it. But they can do only 1 or 2 model, which they can produce and say that these are the genes responsible for this sort of thing. Or this is the disease course and this can be intervened in that way. Use in teaching, model comparisons, labs, research methodology. Google dataset search. Google has a fantastic dataset search. Okay, dataset recovery engine, search database globally. Google, what happened? Does Google give you a local information? No. Local information it can give, but at the same time, what is happening in Scandinavia, what is happening in Max Muller's lab, what is happening in big named scientist lab, all those things it will throw before you. The information, Then wherever your interest is there, the students can go deep into those data sets. Domain-based, metadata-based indexing, use in teaching, all those things we have discussed. Google datasets search is, Google is not just a search engine or phone making company or internet sort of thing. They are also very big player in database management and giving these things. Entire Southeast Asia and Indo-Pacific region database data center will be there, will be established in Visakhapatnam near Anakapalli. 500 acres of land they have already acquired. So what they will do, all these data sets, all these, and these data sets are not constant. Today you will see the data set has 5 million points. Tomorrow it will again increase to maybe 7 million. Nowadays the data are also increasing very rapidly. Cloud-based systems, very rapidly it is increasing. Okay. Then domain-based discovery, metadata-based use is similar. Same use are there. Then ethical and legal consideration. Public data set use requires license compliance. License compliance. That means you can't use any data set and claim that I have done it. But you have to do things properly. Proper citation. We are using one data set means we have to cite the data set. It is a free data set and we are using it. Even though it is of Google, we will say that from Google. Or link we will give. We have used from this. Otherwise what happen? Today you are saying certain thing. If things change tomorrow, somebody, your higher officer or higher agency will say that you have given me wrong idea. Then you will say that this is what I found from this place. Ethical use. That means we don't use or ask our student to use for unethical use. Unethical means the human mind. Osama bin Laden, you know, he is an engineer par excellence. He has a huge property also. In the US he has property also. But he do unethical things. I'm not saying what the world view him. I'm just saying that the science can be used both negative and positive way. And these students especially, sometimes they are more inclined towards negative things also. We have to stop those things. We will use things for medicine, for agriculture, for technological innovation, all those things. We will not use for communalism or to do certain type of anti-social activity, hacking of, do you know who hack all these bank accounts or all these cyber frauds? Who are doing these things, do you know? All these big engineers are doing. And sitting in somewhere in Hyderabad, somewhere in Bengaluru they are doing, somewhere in Gurgaon. And sometimes I also heard that some of the 10th class students are doing this. Sitting in near Haryana, NCR region. They don't have job, but they want some easy money. They do all this hacking, all those fraud. Somebody will teach them. 10 people, suppose you are an engineer, you gather some unemployed 10th class students, give them 10 mobiles and ask them to talk in this way, that way, and you do this. So these things we must avoid because it is also a big danger for the society. So responsible AI principles are there. We have to follow all these things. Dataset licensing and usage rights, yeah, are there. In fact, we have covered most of the thing, but the slide also I will give you. These symbols you just see, CC0, no restriction, public domain. If you see these things are there in articles, data set, anywhere, you can use it, no restriction. CC by, allow, use allow with attribution. CC by essay, share alike required. You have to share alike, you can't make change in the thing. CC by NC, non-commercial only. If you are using commercial purpose, you have to ask them. and whatever the charge you have to give. Okay, CC by NC. CC by ND, non-modification. You can't modify and say that I have done this. You can see this and make your own. Getting my point? Why these licensing criteria are there? This licensing criteria will help in finding out different things. Okay, so the slides I will give you, and some things, important things I will tell, ethical and privacy. Just see these things. Why ethics and privacy matter in AI? AI system are data driven, and most real world data involves human behavior, health, education, finance, identity, location, social life. So we have to take these core things and make sure that these things are being followed. Privacy, discrimination should not follow. You say that I have invented new things. Do you know Watson and Crick? Yeah, DNA, they are, I mean, Nobel laureates. Out of this Watson and Crick, perhaps Crick, he gave an opinion against women. Next, yeah? Watson give. Watson and Crick, among those two things, because he was a genetist, many people believe him. So, yeah, he gave an comment against women. Say that I am a great genetist, I have got Nobel Prize, and this is my opinion against women. But this is not acceptable. And immediately, all society disenfranchised him from that. Nobel Prize cannot be taken away. Okay, Nobel Prize cannot be taken away. If you do some wrong thing after that also in Nobel committee, there is a provision that it cannot be taken away. Okay, that's why recently Donald Trump taken away the Nobel Prize from somebody. Okay, but in actual it cannot be taken away. So we have to be responsible. Privacy violation, discrimination things must be avoided, especially for students. Trust erosion, legal liability. We are doing research for society, for a purpose. We are teaching to students for a purpose, and doing research for certain purpose. We should not breach any of the trust, legal liability, social harm, institutional reputational damage. Okay. Now, okay. So this ethics and privacy, and Priyanka, make sure that they get this thing. Okay. I have another session also. So in the afternoon. So thank you all. We will we will be interacting whenever required. My chamber is there only, in this floor only, Ranjit Kumar Dehuri. So, if you are interested or somebody needs something, then you can contact me there only. Thank you all. I think your learning will be very smooth and your stay will be good. God bless you.
from government degree college and private colleges also. I think you have seen, I think so many students, you have trained so many students, and with due respect, like you people generally, apart from the universities, the colleges and the schools plays an important role. The foundations of the students. You are nurturing the day-to-day life for a small children and teenagers, and in all aspects your role is very, very important. So here, importance of data and building AI application, by seeing your this is an outline of my talk. This is an outline of my talk. Actually, you can see all these contents in your schedule. Based on that content itself, I prepared these presentations with the help of some eminent researchers. They have come up with their own research discovery. Now the world is revolving, and you can see that AI is evolving day by day. So before going on to AI, I just want to ask you one simple question. Is it good for the mankind, or is it something really harm in future? Definitely good. And the others? Pros and cons, yes. Others? Opposing 80% or 90%? Yeah, as and when the development, like the technology or the development towards this technology, definitely one has to update everything, as madam stated that there are pros and cons. Okay, so first we have to teach the students that yes, this AI is good. It is like AI tools are available. It is a powerful tool. When we are using an AI tools, fine, but we have to train the students that how wisely they have to use these tools. How AI tools are available, how are we going to use them? So without, if they are using the college students or somebody, they are using, what happens really? They are only relying on AI tools, then what will be the consequence? Correct. Like creativity, curiosity, logical thinking, analytical ability, everything is a problem. Okay, if we won't train the students to how these tools are very helpful and how are we going to use them wisely, definitely there will be a problem with the means that really risk or weakening the strengths of the creativity as well as logical and analytical ability. So we have to make sure that how these AI tools will be used. So here I have given some couple of definitions by well-known researchers, that it talks about science and engineering, and you can, if you can take all these definitions, snapshots, or
some images, fine. Each and every researcher, each and every researcher, from starting from John McCarthy and Nielsen, Stuart Russell, they are having very good, they have written very good books on AI, father of AI, or the first definition from the father of AI. So these definition, everything it talks about, like how are we going to study and how are we making use of the computers for some context, and how the people are benefited with those things. So generally this AI, from AI, what are we going to do is, from AI, we are, the data is revolving everywhere. Okay. If I see the class strength of this room, maybe 70, okay, 70. If I say that 17 eminent faculty members from Andhra Pradesh were participated for this program, that 17 number is a data. Whereas the 17 eminent personalities participating in FDP is an information. Okay. That 17 just, it's a numerical number. That is a data. Whereas 17, we are giving some other information or some other, based on the context, we are providing something. That is an information. Then, how are this data, information, and knowledge? Data is a raw fact, whereas the information is giving some, like some meaningful conversation in the process of context, whereas knowledge means ultimately we need to derive the knowledge from this classroom. For example, how are we going to derive the knowledge? Okay. So, for example, if I ask that the list of definitions has been given here, can you name any researcher which has written from among all those definitions? If I have given that task to you, then you may be writing some names. Okay. That names, whether the same person, find, or some names. From that names, first of all, maybe I can extract the information that whether these names definitely, is there any relation with the AI? Are these names, whatever you have provided, are they belongs to an AI field? They may belong to a different field, but are they belongs to the same field? Okay. If they are belongs to the same field, what kind of discovery they have done? So what I am trying to do is, from the information, I am trying to extract a meaningful or something which is not there in black and white. That is the knowledge. What can I do with the knowledge? Tomorrow, maybe you in your colleges, in your universities, maybe you want to call somebody. Okay. You want to call the person who is closely related to AI and the eminent personality, and the, like, you want to call. From this knowledge, you already you felt that these people work in the area of AI. Their field is AI. They discovered so many techniques. Then that knowledge will help you. Okay. With the information, you may not be. With the knowledge, it might be possibility. At the end, what you are trying to do for that particular task, suppose 4 or 5 members are there. You are deciding which member is apt for that particular program. You are deciding. Means it will. It is something like a decision making. It is a decision making. So, AI is the simulation of human intelligence. And one thing, this is the right platform. I can use that in any, in future, whatever might be the developments, human intelligence cannot be replaced with an AI. Okay. Human intelligence cannot be replaced with an AI. As an AI, actually, I work in the area of big data, data science, and machine learning and AI. Yes, we will be developing the techniques, we will be developing some algorithms, discoveries, but still human experts really required for all those things. Okay. So here what it says that enable systems to learn, reason and make decisions. How many of you played chess with the system? Yes. Okay, only one. Yes. Okay, fine. So initially it may, like the chess, even though in order to develop that system also without humans, it's not possible. There is a great research is involved that based on the coins, based on several combinations, long back, almost 4 decades back, maybe it has been, everything is well developed. Now we are using it. So in the same way, like there are some things when we talk about AI particularly, we are talking about the machine learning and deep learning, and the applications are healthcare, finance, automation. I just want to spend some time with this slide. So AI is a field, ML is a subfield. Let me put it in this way. For example, how many of you have paying every month, are you paying for an EMI? Yes, almost. Yes. So if you are paying right now an EMI, at one stage you would have, like you applied for sanctioning the loan. How did you apply for the loan? You have approached to the bank. Okay. Bank manager used to ask some details. May I know what are those details? In general, payslips, IT return. Pardon, sir? CIBIL score. CIBIL score now, I think by bank statement. Okay. So if you have noticed here, Aadhaar card or a PAN card, it is for a unique ID. Okay. Form 16 also. So particularly payslips, bank statements. Okay. And more or less how many years are there service also. So already when the bank manager may be collecting all the documents within a stipulated time, it is very, very less time, the bank manager may be said that you are eligible for loan. That eligibility, not eligible, how are we getting this? Is that the bank manager looking at your documents, each and everything from starting till the end? I don't think so. Okay. And all are eligible? No. All are not eligible? No. There is a mixed thing, like on an average, means middle-aged person might be eligible for loan. Only 5 years of service are there, maybe not eligible. Okay. So how is it? So the system is already developed in such a way that with the age group, with the income, with the dependent, with the service left, all these things, whether the eligible or not eligible, already the rules are framed and the system is already developed. So here system is developed, fine, but for developing that system, what are really required? Means they required the real data. Real data. What do you mean by a real data? For example, in this classroom, 17 candidates are there. Maybe 17 candidates have taken the loan. They have repaid the loan. So 17 candidates, your salary might not be same, your position might not be same, grade might not be same, but different characteristics of the data available. Some are similar, but not all are similar. So for every characteristics, already suppose you have already paid the loan. So the loan class variable is yes or no? Yes. Some are not paid. So that is the real data. With the real data, the system has developed. Okay, so and so characteristics are there. Yes, they are eligible for loan. How are the system has been trained? The system has been trained that already with the real data is already there, past data, they have fed that data to the system and they said that if these characteristics are there, definitely this so and so characteristics, the eligibility of the loan is yes. So all these models or the system is developed through machine learning. That's what mission learning, in the sense that we are making the mission to learn the data. We are making the system to learn the characteristics. Whenever it is learning the characteristics, maybe in future for your children, again they want to go for a loan, they will be whatever the required attributes or required values are there, those will be given to the system. The system will be telling that whether they are eligible or not. Okay, so those things will be developed through machine learning. And deep learning means we'll talk still further that how are we analyzing all those things. As of now, it is not required. And more or less, even though if you see any corporate hospitals or in government hospitals also, they are making use of the system. Everything. Even if you go for a scan, okay, radiologist, they will capture the data and it will automatically stored in some form of. That's what this lecture is also deals with the data, structured data or unstructured data in that way. So in the medical applications also, whereas in finance, all the stock markets, okay, financials, everything, it will be developed and we are making use of those systems for the well-being or for the benefit of the candidate. And sure. Founder. We can't call as a machine learning. Actually, the data, whatever you are talking about, is that the data is a synthetic data or a real data? Real data in the sense that, already those are the factual information. Factual information. You are talking about some middle age. They are eligible for the loan. You are talking about. All the middle aged people are not eligible for the loan in the real data. Okay, middle aged in the sense that it is having some dependent variables, independent variables, such as all middle aged people may not be having the same income. two conditions. Actually, what I am trying to say that whatever you are getting the real data, particularly for the middle-aged people, their income, all these things, we need to perform some an algorithmic type, and we may be having a number of conditions. Some conditions, the loan is eligible, some conditions, the loan is not eligible. Okay. So your doubt is, your data is there and you want to make multiple conditions. Okay. If you are making multiple conditions, everything specific, your algorithm or the model will become as a bottleneck. You have to generalize it instead of specializing it. Suppose 17 students, let me put it in this way, 17 students are there here, or candidates are there, or participants are there. I cannot have 17 records or 17 instances information. What I have to try to say that, how many are in between 30 to 40, 40 to 50? Can I make into 3 categories? Okay. So under that 3 categories, I have only 3 representative groups. So what I'll try to do, instead of specializing it, I'm summarizing and generalizing, I'll make 3 conditions according to this, rather than 17 conditions. Okay, fine. I'll update you. I got your point, what you're trying to say, that like if so many conditions are there, can we write that whatever you're talking about, that is not a machine learning. That is not at all a machine learning. Machine learning. Okay. For example, 17 candidates are there. The data is there with me. Okay. So all are maybe your class variable age. Earlier, last month, you have attended another FDP. Okay, that is my class label. So for each and every candidate, what I'll do is, whether in last year, how many FDP, whether they have attended FDP or not. Yes or no. Okay, then I'll get 17. Some are no, some are yes. Clear? Then what I have to do is, with this 17, I'll make use of only 70%. Then for 70%, I'll try to develop the model. How I'll be developing the model? That is based on generalization. I'll develop the model. Okay. Remaining 4 or 3 candidates are there. First of all, I need to test that whether my model is performing correctly or not. So I'll apply that 3 candidates to this model, hiding that yes or no. I won't make that class label yes or no. I will hide whether I have to say that my model is predicting correctly or not. Whenever those 3 candidates are applied to this model will be telling that yes, so and so candidate last year they have attended for an FDP. Really it is true, then my model is performing well. If it is not true, indicates that it has not trained correctly. Why it has not been trained? Because of less number of data. So what shall I do? Shall I import some other data? Yes, it requires some other data. So first of all, it has to mimic. It has to get the characteristics. Let me put it a very simple example. How many of you are having, everybody is having maids in at your home? Maids are available, fine. Okay, everybody? Yeah. Fine. So, first day, without giving any instruction, did your maid have done a wonderful work? Maybe, but not 100%. Okay. So especially my job is very, very easy. Like here, so many female candidates are available. So we won't satisfy if they won't like broom it properly by removing the chair, by removing all these things. That's it. At least in the past itself, we say that, see, these are the things to be mandated. And that maid particularly work in 1 BHK, 2 BHK, 3 BHK, bachelor's house also. Will that maid will do the activities in all the houses in the same manner? No. No. As and when the house changes, the type of work changes. Means what we are doing is we are training the maid how he has to perform daily. Based on our requirements, we are training the maid. Like these are the timings, these are the things to be done, this is the thing. This is not same for the others. We are training. The training goes till 1 month or so. Whether they will continue for the next month or not, that is God knows. But ultimately, when they want to continue, we need not be every time they will do their work. So how it happened? You have trained them. You have trained them. How you have trained? You have given some instructions. How these instructions you have derived based on your family factors. Okay. So all these things in the same way we are training to the mission. How are we going to train? We are training the mission with the help of the algorithm. With the help of the algorithm. Now, if you will try to give different data, your mission will not work. You have trained in one way and you are giving another instruction. Okay, your mom or your whoever takes care of their house, they will train. Next day somebody will ask to do is, it's different instructions. They cannot be in such a way that it will not perform well. The same is the case here in the mission also. When you are training with some characteristics of that data, only that mission will work for that characteristics only. That's what in a machine learning, every machine learning model will not be successful or will not survive for all the applications. For a medical, whatever you are models, that is only applicable to medical. Finance, the only applicable to finance. Even medicine also, there are so many categories are there. So that's the thing. So how are we going to train the model is a challenging here. So you have rightly pointed out, like I just want to say that algorithm plus data. Whatever the data, you are having an algorithm, that is a trained model. Okay. In this context, you can say that data is a maid. Algorithm is you have given instructions, and it ultimately it is coming with the trained model. There are algorithms or models are available, such as linear regression, decision trees, and neural networks. We are still in the first topic itself. Why data is the fuel? If you see the content, it starts with data is a fuel. Okay. So definitely your instructions or your algorithm, I map it to an engine. Whereas data means, already I said that the data is not having any context or anything, just you are having a raw part that can be a data. So if there is no data, definitely there is nothing to learn. And if you are aiming for a better accuracy, you should have a better data. What do you mean by a better data? In the sense that consistent data and which is relevant data. Consistent and relevant data. You can see all over the world or anywhere, you can see humongous of data. Then, first of all, we have to see that is it whatever the data is available, is it correct or incorrect? It's correct. Maybe I think morning you have registered for this program. Okay. How many of you see in that Excel sheet your name, your designation, your place? Somewhere there are some errors. How many of you morning you have seen those errors? No one. Sure. Okay. So, how many of you found some errors towards your name, towards your affiliation, towards your something? Somewhere you found some mistake, isn't it? Okay. Suppose without correcting those mistakes, if we carry forward to build the system will not sustain. Okay. So, we have to make sure that that data is to be a consistent, which is, and it should be a relevant also. So, here when we are having the consistent data and relevant data, that itself we can find whenever we are talking about the model, we can aim for an accuracy. So here, during this process, whenever we will try to do AI in terms of model, first thing is we have to make sure that data collection. Okay, data collection. Wherever you can have the data anywhere, but you have to see that is that the data is correct or relevant. The second one is data pre-processing. I think when you are uploading the attendance in your respective colleges, I think nowadays you are using the system. Okay, sometimes you have to upload CSV files. Do you have any idea of what do you mean by CSV? Comma separated values. CSV files. Okay. So, comma separated values in the sense that roll number, comma, name of the student, comma, whether present or absent. Okay. If you want to add date also, okay. So, this CSV files, you need not specifically have an Excel sheet and for each and every column, you need not type it. Okay. So, sometimes we can make use of CSV files also. I am just giving an example like pre-processing. Pre-processing in the sense that whatever the data in which form we want, we'll try to convert. It's something like, again the same old story like if you are having your home, your interiors, all the interiors are not same. Okay, based on your choice, based on your preferences, you will try to have some format. Here also the same is the case. With the data also, what kind of format? So pre-processing, during the pre-processing, sometimes if there is a missing values, for example, think that in this 17 students or candidates, age is missing for 2 candidates. Okay, can I fill that column? Can I fill? No. Think that there is a real data. 17 candidates are there. 2 candidates age is missing. Then how do we fill that column without asking them? Very good. Average. Most frequent. Median, can I? Yes. Okay. So, or if that data consists of date of birth, we can derive the value. Okay, we will see is there any date of birth is available. If it is there, we can just derive the value. If it is not there, search stated like mean or a median. Mean means this young gentleman is there. Maybe that value can be inconsistent. If it is a median means maybe that is according to that context, it is relevant. It is relevant. So pre-processing in the sense that not only converting, it is something like how are you handling that data at that time. If it is a mistake, and if you can see that some data is repeated, whenever the data is repeated, maybe that is also one of the challenging problems. So then we'll try to train the model. That whenever I say during this session, train the model means think about your made and instruction. So in that way, we'll try to train the model. Then testing and validation. Testing and validation. Again, I'll come back to the same thing like made and instructions. Suppose somebody has to examine your maid that whether he or he is doing the work properly or not. Then instead of us, we have to ask somebody to examine. Maybe an in-law or parents, okay, they may be coming to us. We can ask them, just monitor. Okay, then we are getting the value, then we are getting the feedback from them. Yes, she is doing good or he is doing good. Okay, that is the testing and validation. Okay, for your simplicity, I'm just making to a simple sense. So we are validating. Yes, my model is performing good. Okay, I have trained the model for some applications such as financials to grant the loan, eligible or not eligible. Still, I'm giving some more records whether it is correctly predicting or not. So testing and validation, and here it is very much required that continuous learning. Even I can use this platform in such a way that I think every one of you are teaching for degree students. Am I correct? Degree students. Okay. I'll give one, I can say that it is like one example or one task. Suppose, first day when you have entered into the classroom, you found one student is not at all interested to listen your lecture. Okay. Then what is your immediate reaction? I'll come up with only one student. Okay. Middle of the class or at the end of the class? Huh? Okay. At the end of the class. Okay. In the middle also, if you have disturbed, like, why do we want to ask in the middle? Okay, I'll come to you, sir. Okay, at the end we will be, okay, he or she might be telling some reason. Then when we are just conversing with that particular student, we come to know that that student might be an average or a below average. Think that. Maybe because based on their previous marks or based on conversation, we felt that yes, the student is below average and average. Okay, fine. Maybe that student completed 1 year. What is an opinion towards that student? What is your opinion? Is it, we concluded that earlier below average. What is your opinion? Your opinion changes, or your opinion, yes, this student is below average or average? it will change. It will change. Earlier, our opinion is below average. Okay. Then what we have done, we have examined the characteristics each and every day, the responses of the candidate each and every day. After 1 year, the opinion has been changed to good, from below average to good. Okay. So, is it happens in our daily life, even our neighbors or our relatives, if they have some impression on you, will they change? Huh? Chances to change, but we are not telling that it will change. It will change. Okay, it will change. For example, like a thief, already he has done some mistake earlier. Every time, maybe now it is changing. Every time, for everyone, if anything goes or if anything is not seen, immediately our focus is no, this might be the person. Okay. What for actually subconsciously some opinion has been registered. So, whatever the opinion has been registered, it is not replacing with something. If it is not replacing with the something, we'll end up with the incorrect results. So, we should have some scope, or we have to hope that every time we have to make ourselves that it should be something like a flexible, or it should be updated. So continuous learning in the sense that you have trained the data with something else. Now in that data itself there are so much is evolving. There are so much of characteristics are developing. So still you will make hold with that data, your results ultimately it will be wrong. So what you have to do is, you have to continuously update the machine, update the model with the like live data, with the real data. So that is a continuous learning. Okay. So even this, that's what, whenever I'll go as a resource person, I'll feel very happy interacting with the government college teachers or school teachers. The reason is, earlier actually, if they have one opinion towards one student, they will not change. And first and foremost is, sir said that, how many of us really, when we are interacting with the students, we don't even bother that whether the student is getting our lecture, getting the topic. If the student is not at all receiving, what was the reason behind? Is the reason of the health problem? Is the reason that it's my reason? Am I jumbling them? It is not clearly conveyed to them? Or is it the reason that due to like they are without examples, the students particularly, they can't hear in a continuous manner. We should have some pictorial representations. We should have some very simple examples so that the students will be connected to us. So how many of us we are doing it? Without doing it, still we'll have an opinion like that so-and-so student is good or very good or below average. Okay, all of us, we are having the children, isn't it? Okay, if the children, our kids, is not performing well, immediately, what is our reaction? What is our reaction? What is our reaction? We'll scold, yes sir. Okay, okay. Whether we scold or we blame the teacher, means day-to-day life, how many of our student parents are blaming us, we don't know. Okay, we don't know. Immediately our own kids not performing well, we'll immediately tell something to our kid, or we'll blame the teacher, or we'll blame the, first of all, we'll tell that don't talk to that peer group. You change the peer group. Okay. Or somewhere we'll blame the school. First, we need to introspect that where is the key there, why the kid is. In the same way, our students' parents also, they might be having an expectation from the teachers ultimately. When we are very much bothered with our own kids, definitely we are teachers, we are responsible for the growth of society. If society doesn't mean that, like how we will train the students. That is very, very important. That is the continuous learning, and that's what I said, that everything scary means it's a problem. That's what we have come up with, understanding the relation between data and artificial intelligence. You can see the data everywhere. Everywhere you can see the data. The only thing is, how are we going to analyze that data? How are we trying to transfer that data into an information? From the information, how are we going to have a knowledge so that it will be really useful for some application or for many applications? This is the types of data and types of data. I can't say AI. This is the types of data. One is structured data, unstructured data, and semi-structured data. So even you can see that suppose if it is in a table format, or your application, when you are just filling your application or attendance or whatever it is something like rows and columns. You are just filling something, it is a structured manner. Whereas unstructured, suppose if you are reading a newspaper, when you are reading a newspaper, you can see a text over that news. You can see an images also. You can see an images also. Suppose if you are watching some movie, that movie is also a data. Okay. So audio is also available and video is also available. Nowadays, whenever, how many of you are using a ChatGPT? Almost all? Yes. Yes. So for a ChatGPT or through Google search engine, if you want to, you need not type it. You just pronounce it, it will capture and it will give you the content. So all these things, it is in terms of unstructured data, whereas semi-structured data, XML, extensible markup languages, JavaScript, object notations, JSON, all these things are the semi-structured data. I'll go into the depth about what is semi-structured data. So there are types of data. There are different types of data. Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. Okay. So only a few applications. Whenever you work for some application, you want the data, real data if you want, then maybe you can go for a Kaggle data set. You can find all kind of applications through Kaggle data set. Or you can go for a UCI learning repositories. UCI learning repositories. You can find real data, benchmark data sets. Okay. So, yes. Yeah, fine. So, here, a big data and AI. So, everywhere you can see the data, and somewhere you heard about a big data. big data? Big data, do you have any idea? Okay. So, big data, it is not only meant for a volume. Okay. It's not only meant for a volume. It is meant for, generally, we'll talk about 4 B's. 4 B's. One is volume. One is variety. One is velocity. The other one is veracity. Okay. So here, volume. So when you came to this building, how many of you have not captured any images? Not captured any images in this building? Anyone is there? You have captured everything? Not captured. Nothing. Good. Okay. Almost 90% of them, they have taken the photographs. By this time it went to WhatsApp. By this time it went to friends group, whatnot. Okay. So ultimately, every one of us, we are accumulating the data. Where is that storage? So much volumes of data is available. Volume. So how are we going to use that data? So volume is one of the parameters. Velocity. Velocity means at what speed we are getting the data. At what speed? Every moment, every second, it will be generating more or less. I think those people, they are capturing live streaming, and they are capturing my data and the slides, everything. Okay, velocity. In a like within very high speed, it is accumulating the data. So variety means could be an audio, it could be your video, or it could be a general text. Okay, when you are typing something, it is in the form of textual. When you are sending the image, it is something like image file. Okay, so much of variety of information has been transferring. Veracity in the sense that uncertainty. Uncertainty means, let me tell you a simple example so that you can understand. For example, if you are suffering with cold, cough, fever. Okay. Can you say that which symptom has been influenced you? Whether you got cold is influenced to get to fever, or because of fever you have added with cold and cough. It is really, we can't say. We can't say. Uncertainty. We cannot say that from which parameter it leads to other parameter. It's very uncertain. We cannot comment on that, those things. So in real life also, there are some situations that the data is available, but it is not clear. We can't give any correct solution. So that represents as veracity. So these are all, I think 9 or so many V's are there, but basically when the people will talk about the big data, they talk in terms of volume, veracity, velocity, and variety. So we are coming back to our content, like big data and AI. Whatever the data, AI has to use that data for some usage, so enables real-time learning. That's what I said. In terms of continuous learning, we should not rely on the past data. We should update. As and when the data is accumulated, we have to update it and improve decision making. Earlier, your mindset maybe if the student is average till the end of their degree, we used to feel that, okay, average. Now slowly we are trying to capture their activities, or we are again trying to just come out of one opinion and changing the opinions. So these are very, very valid when we are working with some sensitive applications. Sensitive applications. Big data used in? Okay. Big data used in healthcare. So, for example, we have to say the patient whether they are having the tumor or not, malignant or benign. We have to tell them. Okay. So, in order to say malignant or benign, or whether the patient is suffering with tumor or not, we have to gather so much of information. So much of information, patients related to tumor patients, patients related to not tumor. Okay. So we need to gather their information. Okay. We will be gathering their information. Fine. That is a means volume. I'm talking about you should have humongous volumes of data in order to arrive to the decision. Yes, volume. And this data, whatever the data is there, that data, it should not be captured with only one single interval. Means, are you talking about from the past year data to this year, or are you relying on 20 years back data? If you can see, you need not rely on 20 years back data. The reason is, this cancer, you can see a decade. Number of patients are suffering from cancer within this decade. Okay. You need not have the old data. At least from 2017 data till today. Why 2017 before means, when we are talking about the cancer, the main reasons might be the lifestyle also. I can't say 100%, but there is some higher side probability. Okay. So, velocity. Fine. Means you can't stop till last year. You have to gradually, you have to capture the information till today. Till today. Fine. And whatever the data is there, some patients, earlier they said cancer, but when they go for a second opinion, third opinion, it says there is no cancer. Okay. Some patients, earlier they have diagnosed that they are not having cancer, but after some time, it appears to be another opinion like cancer. So in that data, uncertainty is there. Okay, it is not clear. Why earlier it has been diagnosed as no cancer, now it is cancer. That such records is also plays a very, very important role. Okay, such characteristics also to be adapted to the system. That is one. Okay. And when you are extracting the record from the of the patients, you have to extract from various resources. From all the various resources, maybe one hospital, they will maintain like a structured data. Some hospitals, government hospitals, they will maintain like some textual data. Some hospitals just, they will maintain in terms of images, x-rays and all those things. Means you have to collect the data from the variety of resources. In that context, big data is helpful in order to build with some application. Okay. It's not about the only volume. There are so many parameters involved here. That is one of the examples. So, what is the relationship in the sense that in order to train an AI, data is essential and it should be correct, and we need to analyze properly. And even AI can generate synthetic data in the sense that, for example, if the data is whatever 17 candidates is not enough to me to go for some quiz or something else. Okay, then what can I do is, the 17 candidates information itself, I'll try to have a duplicate. Maybe I'll have some 50 records, 100 records. Okay, I'll try to train the model so that ultimately I should have a maximum number of records. So in that way I can generate. During whatever we are trying to train the model, there are very, very important challenges even today is data scarcity. You can ask me, at the initial stage that data is humongous, everywhere we can have the data, but on the other hand, you're talking about data scarcity. I'm talking about data scarcity which is not having the real data, in the sense that suppose I know about 17 candidates, but I don't know whether your position or your occupation is ad hoc or permanent. Okay, I'm getting all the information of all the things, but one column I'm not getting it, whether you are ad hoc position or a permanent position. Okay, so in a real life data also, everything we are having, but labeled information we are missing. Labeled information. Okay, as I stated with him one example, I'm getting all the patient's data, but whether that patient is having cancer or not, that last column I'm missing it. Then last column, if I'm missing it, how can I train the model? I can't train it. So that is one of the things of data scarcity. Means I have the data, but not a complete data, complete information. In machine learning, when we will be trying to train the model without labeled data, it is not possible for us to train it. So that is very, very, very important. That is very, very important. So here, data scarcity means you are having all kinds of information but incomplete. Incomplete. Let me give you an example. Maybe this example is not a valid or a meaningful or apt, but still I will try. All of us, we will be using the system, and how many of us we will be naming the document with the proper name and trying to store in a proper folder? Every time either it will be download or in some other folder, XYZ 1 2 3 4 5 6 something else. Okay, valid information is there in that document, but your name is not clear. Whenever we require such kind of information, it is really difficult for our own system in order to search that one. But information is there, but searching itself, it is taking much time. By the time what we feel that instead of searching, let me generate from the starting onwards. The same is like here also. You might be having an whole data, but ultimately it is not labeled properly. And the other thing is privacy and ethics. Privacy and ethics, in the sense that, yes, you have captured the photographs from this ambience or from this college. Okay, you might be posting somewhere. Okay, when you will be posting, university may object. Have you taken a permission from this department or the school? Yes, I am telling. Ultimately, they won't object. So when you were in defense, somewhere like DRDO or BAR, you cannot carry your mobiles also. Okay, so the privacy and ethics. Ethics in the sense that I think you are the good than me, like you have seen your students like they will be copying from others and they are telling that that particular work or answer belongs to them. Okay, here also the same is the case. Maybe I may say, I have some idea. Maybe I may share that idea to my friend. By the time I would like to discover and I want to go like further, by the time that work will be published, it happened really to me. Not only to me, so many researchers, it happened so. Okay, we were really shocked. So, privacy and ethics. So, this also matters. So, how are we trying to safeguard this privacy and ethics? That's what. When you will be revealing the identity, for example, all of us, we might be going to the shopping malls and every time, instead of the name, they will ask the mobile number. Okay, in the bill counter, okay, they won't ask our name, they will ask the mobile number. Okay, what we will be trying to do? What we'll do? We'll provide? We'll provide? Why do we want to provide that mobile number? Pardon? No, what I'm trying to say that when you are going to shopping mall, in order to generate the bill, they will ask the, okay, so first thing is, we will be more or less, that is not required, we will be providing and they will be capturing our information. That too, as a speaker, we will be trying to tell our mobile number, even then others also they can listen our mobile number. Are we not compromising with our privacy? Yes, number one. Number two, that mobile number, it is really good for the shopkeeper. Whenever they want, whatever they want, they will simply forward the messages. Okay, definitely in India, discount means we'll go. Okay, for 50 rupees discount, we will spend 5,000 rupees also. Okay, that is one. Number three is, this number, in what way it will be capturing into their system, we don't know. So, these are all privacy issues. And ethics in the sense that, like, I know that somebody's some PAN number or Aadhaar number. I'll give you one example. Example is, okay, we are like, one of my neighbor, he shared the PAN number to the tenant. Okay. So they want some IT, like housing rent or something else for a software company. He has shared, and shared in the sense that she is also paying some tax. That tenant, after 2 years, they vacated. Okay, they went somewhere. But 7 to 8 years, that candidate is using this PAN number, old tenant PAN number. Okay, so in what way we have to safeguard? That is very, very important. So privacy and ethics is also one of the concerns and the challenges. And high labeling cost, data integration issues, in the sense that high labeling cost means, okay, there is no column is there. 17 candidates, they have given the information, but now I have to ask you whether you are ad hoc or permanent. How much time it will take? So much of time it will be taking. So that much time, in the sense that the cost will be increasing. The cost will be increasing. Okay. That much time means that much cost will be increasing. Data integration issues means somebody is giving some tabular data, others are giving some video data, others are giving. Suppose if I'll ask you to give your CV, okay, everyone may not be giving in a proper template. So trying to integrate them and getting the data from there, it's quite difficult. So data integration issues also that matters. To summarize, it is only one content I would like to summarize. And this big data already I have explained about volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. Already I said that there are 9 V's are there. First, it started with 3, then went on 4, then went on 5, 9, all these things. So, role of big data in training AI models. Already I said, I gave you some glimpse on how are we going to collect, how are we cleaning and pre-processing and all those things. And these are the challenges, again, I summarized. And these are the data types. So these are the different types of data. Okay. So even when you will go to your colleges, generally in a software principle is 5W1H. I think how many of you heard about? I don't know. Any student has to come up with the principle called as 5W and 1H. We have to make them to learn in that aspect. 5W means, suppose it's some concept we are discussing. What is this concept? Okay, suppose if I am discussing machine learning. What is machine learning? Why do we use machine learning? Why? Who has developed machine learning? Who? Where do we use machine learning? When do we use? Okay. First of all, when we are trying to know the concept, we have to know who is the author or who has spawned this concept. Okay. February 28th is already, I think most of you have celebrated National Science Day. Okay. It's not a birthday of Sir C.V. Raman. It's about a discovery on that day. So, that Raman effect, first of all, who developed that? What is that? Why are we relying on Raman effect? Where can we use that one? When can we use that one? First, we have to make the students to learn in this way and how it functions. How it functions. 5W, 1H. Okay. So, here, what are the different types of data? Yes, already we have semi-structured, structured, unstructured, all these things. What are the different types? And why is it really important to classify them? Why is it really important to classify them? This 5W and 1H principle you can use anywhere in any topic. Okay. When and where is important. The reason is the student has to know that where to use it. Where to use it. Okay. So nowadays I think Gen Z, they are missing with the logical ability. When to use it, where to use it, they don't know. They don't know the circumstances. They don't know the impact. So when to use it is also very, very important. Where to use it is also very, very important. Okay. So here, coming on to data classification, it's like it will be improving the data analysis, which is really required for a machine learning training. And we need to have a better, whatever the application, where based on the security, privacy and ethics, or based on some common factors, definitely one has to categorize these things. So that's the reason this data classification is so important. And where are we going to use it? For a structured data, we are using in some of the applications such as banking systems, enterprise resource planning, whereas unstructured, maybe you are having an email, video, social media post, you are trying to use that type of unstructured, whereas semi-structured, suppose you want to design one website or you want to design your interface. Definitely you should know something like XML language, JSON and all these things in order to have that kind of interface. So you have to rely on some web data also. There itself this type is very useful. When are we going to use these things is when in semi-structured, for example, when you will be applying any application or maybe you are filling your children's application, it will ask you to upload some 10th class or some date of birth or some any file. It will give sometimes that particular website will be allowing you to only upload PDF files in this. It will not allow JPEG or it will not allow PNG. Every time when we are developing something, we should see that they can, means end user point of view, they can apply anything and you can convert later based on the application. So if it is a flexible format, semi-structured, fine, and even sometimes when you are filling Google Forms or those things, they will ask even in whatever the item you are purchasing in Amazon, they may ask you the feedback and they will ask you to write it in words. Okay, that is an unstructured. Okay, whereas structured means they may be giving some template and you have to fill that data in that particular template. There is no other choice. So these are all whenever we are requiring at that particular point of time, we have to do it. And especially these data types who will be using means basically whenever they are trying to build the models, they have to analyze some information. Those data scientists or analysts or some experts, they are using these data. And how are we going to means? There are so many algorithms, techniques available, tools are also available in order to handle it. Okay. Tools in the sense that, for example, how many of you are using MS Access? Have you used Access? Yes. So I have used MS Excel. Okay. In MS Excel, you need not write a formula. We can get the formula, equations we can get it, we can merge the columns, we can do whatever we require. Even computation also we can do easily. So in the same way, we are having other tools and other open sources also in order to handle the data and in order to exhibit the information and knowledge. So this is the structured and unstructured data, whereas the unstructured we cannot be displayed. There are so many images, and sometimes it is estimated like in an enterprise model there are only maximum of the data is in the form of unstructured. So more difficult to manage and protect with legal solutions. It is very difficult to manage unstructured rather than the structured. This is overall overview on what is structured, semi-structured and unstructured. These are some of the data formats already I have expressed. The major, this is the majority. Like how this artificial intelligence and data, it is going in a real application. Real application. There are quite so many applications are there. So how are we trying to handle this data with the real application? So from various data sources, we are getting the data, whereas there are some interventions also. What are those interventions? In the sense that whenever there is a veracity or uncertainty, definitely that particular record, it should be checked by the expert. Okay, sometimes it is not clear. Then we need to go to an expert in a medical discipline, maybe the group of doctors. They have to examine, then they have to label the information. So interventions are also there, and they are handling more number of data types are also in and around. That's what I said, that CSV, comma separated values, it is also there, whereas JavaScript object notation forms, already I said, extensible markup language. That's what I have given an example with your MS Excel or Access. How are we going to use for your daily needs or particularly some applications? So ultimately, I would like to conclude in terms of the significance of data formats is we have all the data when we are building a system. The first and foremost problem is the storage. First and foremost is storage. We do have a cloud environment, but if our data is sensitive, are we deploying in the cloud? If we are working with a defense project, are we going to deploy the data in the cloud? No. So what we have to do? So how are we going to handle the data? How are we handling the memory constraints? So what we have to do is, instead of an humongous data, are we going to handle, instead of humongous data, only a representative data? Is it possible? Yes, in some occasions or applications, it is possible. Affects data transfer speed. For example, when I am taking the attendance from here, if somebody is entering from here and joining, okay, at the end my count will be X, but the real count will be X plus something. Why it happens? It happens during some processes going on, something has entered. So it will be affecting data transmission speed, in the sense that during the speed there are so many things are involved. If we are we trying to capture them, or what we have to do? At the time, the basic thing is batch processing. Okay, you can have like, this is the data I'm working on. Till yesterday evening, till 5 p.m. the data I am going. Today morning I am not at all bothered. Till 5 p.m. whatever the data is there, only that itself I am handling, and I am going to that process. Influencing compatibility with software systems. Sometimes some software, some techniques which is not compatible. Okay, so how are we going to? So for this 17 candidates, maybe some may receive my lecture, some may not be. Okay, so for them what they require? They require some lab. They want to really build the model. They want to see what kind of results are there. So this system is not compatible. Then what is your ultimate solution? So impact data processing and analysis capabilities. So what it happens is, sometimes there is no human expert, or somewhere there is an incorrect or inconsistent data. Definitely the processing and analysis also will come to an will have to compromise. So what are the solutions are we trying to do? So these are the, already I have explained all these things. Modalities, unstructured, All these things I already explained. This is, I just want to give the parameters related to structured, unstructured, semi-structured in terms of model, what are the storages, what is the nature. Some are typically semi-structured data, which is a loose schema and all those things. And at the summary, these are the things I would like to present. Okay, so this content has been developed from various references. So these are the authorized, and I too work on machine learning and big data. So I have insights of how the data behaves. With that kind of knowledge and my research activities, some are the some are the concepts, or some content has been kept here. Okay. With this, thank you so much. And if you have any queries, yes, welcome. Thank you.
English or Telugu or bilingual? Go bilingual. Hmm? Hmm? Absolutely, absolutely, right. You want for English, English. Okay, no issue. Where are you from? Don't worry, right? Okay. So interestingly, morning also we had the same scenario where one of the participants was not comfortable with Telugu, others wanted it in Telugu, but then we were able to manage finally, right? So before I actually get into the topic that is given to me, which is related to the infrastructure that makes this AI possible, I'll just try to go with a small scenario. Let's go through it and then we'll get back to the discussion. Okay, can you see anything interesting there? As pictures are changing, and within the picture even when there is a change with respect to the content, you see that underlying you have some labels coming up, right? So what actually is this? What has this to do with what we are going to do now? Let us see this. I will run a small experiment here. Let's go with this. Now what I would like to do is I would like to upload a few images, right? So what I would like to do is I would like to go here and then for this API orientation. Okay, I have few pictures here. I'm taking them and then I'm feeding it to the machine. Can you see the images I have fed? Okay, what do we call them as? Right, okay. Excuse me, sir. Okay. Now the second perspective is that you have another class. I would like to upload again a few pictures into that. So what I would like to do is I would like to go with the pictures that are available with me, and I would like to take let us say 1, 2, 3, and this, and open. I have uploaded 4 images. What do you call them as? Right. In fact, if you want, you can even go with some other categories also. Here you can see add a class is there. In fact, if you can use the web camera, my picture can be fed into it, your picture can be fed into it, right? And we can give the labels like our names. You carefully see this. What is the input I have given to the machine? Some data. In this case, the pictures, right? Now, what do you find here? Something called as training, which we will see later. So I'll just press this, train the model. Now you see there is something happening at the back end. It says it is preparing the training data 0 by 50, right? So it keeps on going, and now it says that okay, finally I have something that is completed, that is there. There was an error opening your webcam anyway is not there here. So what we'll do is we'll basically try to see in terms of what is going to happen here if I can, let's say, load a new picture here. So what I do is I would like to go with this. Okay, what is it I have uploaded? Please see in the bottom, what are the 2 categories I have given? Which is the output says 100%. That means the machine is able to understand basically that okay, something has been given to me in the form of a picture, and they call it as, you can call it anything, whatever you call it, that is the label that you are giving, and the output is given there. Similarly, say for example, if I go back and say that I would like to go and give one more image, I would like to go here and then say I would like to take something like this. I would like to go here, give a randomly something. Okay, please see what is that it has given. Apple. Any comments or inferences from this? Look, this is not like a regular classroom or not even a training. We are basically sharing what we think we know, as well as we will also expect you to contribute. So any comments in terms of what has happened there? The machine somehow learned what is the picture and what is the name. How this learning occurs, as of now, we don't want, but what we have seen is, I gave this, I call this as an apple, so I gave 3 different images. In this case, I gave 4 different images. And then what has happened here is, when I said something called as training, right, something happened for 30 seconds or whatever it is, very small data that I have given. And then when a new image is given to it, it is able to predict, make the prediction. Now let us say we'll play with the machine. What we'll do now is, we'd like to go with one more scenario. I'd like to go with the file, and then let us say I'll choose the image. For a change, what we'll do is, go here, I will go with this. Okay, any expectations? What could be the result? Huh? We'll see, right? Okay. Please look at the answer. 80% apple. How much? Not even 80, 67% it is apple, 33%. Somehow this machine is working. What is happening at the back end, we'll see later, but it knows that something that is round, at least out of this training that is given, never happens to be a banana, but happens to be an apple. It has got some learning, some algorithm is being used at the back end, right? With this example, the whole idea is that what are these sessions about, and what is this planning, why you need to travel overnight, come here, stay in the hostel, then one by one people come and lecture. The whole idea is like this. Probably when the days when I was doing my MBA, the question was whether MBAs should learn working with computers. There was a lot of debate, and people said, why do you need a computer to work with? And just within a span of 1 or 2 years when we entered, I started with the industry, then came to academics. I entered the office and everyone is working with something called as Excel, which I don't know. The whole idea here is, I am not needed to write a program for Excel or whatever it is, but I need to work with Excel. Or say, for example, when we entered the classroom, they said that, okay, you need to use a PPT. I was never trained on a PPT. We don't know. It is a question of survival, right? Now, down the line, if you see, once the computer wave was there, around 2000, you had this internet. 1995 onwards, it started, at least in India. Prior to that, it was there. And lots of information was available on the internet. And in fact, students were sometimes ahead of the faculty in terms of using the internet, asking questions to the faculty, testing the faculty. So what happened again, we had to update ourselves. Then came MOOCs, massive open online courses, where maybe the same content, professor from Stanford, the best in the area of machine will teach you. It's available. You need a certification, you need to pay, otherwise every content is available. All English that are there. But especially if you look at around 2022, the main thing that touched all of our lives is ChatGPT. That was a game changer. Now, people were asking it questions, answers were coming. Then we had reports that they said that ChatGPT is cracking all the toughest examinations. How this works, no one knows. Then sometimes people say that it is not giving correct answers, right? Today, students are not even trying to copy. They are just trying to scan the question paper into the ChatGPT, answers are there, right? Now, this is a flux. That means there is a change that is happening. Now, how do we actually deal with this change, or how do I look at this change? Let's deal with the first question. Is it a fad? Sometimes what happens is, like, I'll tell you, some 3 or 4 years back or 5 years back, there was something called as Veeramachineni diet. Everyone followed, and after that, everyone forgot it. Similarly, during our days, there was something called as oil pulling. People early morning, they are putting some oil, and then they had been gargling it. Is it a fad like that? It comes and goes. Or is it for real? It is going to stay. That's a very fundamental question. Our journey with respect to this machine learning, artificial intelligence started in 2016, when we actually started looking at introducing analytics, MBA in business analytics, as a separate program. Of course, since I come with an engineering background, but my major is marketing, if you look at my PhD as well as the MBA specialization. So we were asked to get into it. There was no choice given to us. That's where the learning happened. what we realized is, this is not a kind of fad that is there, but everything is based on solid mathematical background. That means if I look at how this is able to do this, very clearly, if I can look at, since all of you are science people, if I look at something called as a Bayes theorem. Now, Bayes theorem is about conditional probability. What is the probability of A given B? That means, if something is round in shape, what is the probability that it is an apple? So, if you look at conditional probability kind of a scenario, if I look at just one example that is there, now very clearly what happens here is, anyone getting into AI or machine learning, the fundamentals are related to one is the linear algebra. Everything related to AI is in terms of matrix multiplications. The second thing is about your probability and statistics. The third one is about calculus. Are we going to learn all these three? Definitely not, because that specialization is different. But then, do you think that AI is going to affect, one is personally in our life as we proceed further. The second thing is, as teachers, are we going to get affected by AI? You can just answer whatever answer you think is correct. See, why should a student learn to me if he knows that if he can ask the question to ChatGPT, the answer is coming? Point number one, what is my relevance in the class, right? We'll address this as we proceed further. But now the interesting thing is, if you look at the background with which we have started, we'll actually see what makes it possible. But before that, it is not a part of the syllabus that is given to you. Shall we look at a small attempt for 10 minutes to understand what is machine learning, what is artificial intelligence? Shall we? Okay. Because this is optional. Okay. You can just take a minute. Basically, what is the need here? So, educators, a basic understanding is to engage with them. You can't be left not exploit full potential. You are going to live with AI. That is what we are learning right now. The second thing is how it is going to affect our professional journey. If you look at the Stanford as Andrew Neg, how many of you know about Coursera? Online MOOCs platform, massive open online courses. Coursera, one of the best. The co-founder of Coursera is Andrew Ng. He's a Stanford professor. He also has got his own what I call AI company also. One of the top influencers in the area of machine learning and artificial intelligence. He makes a very interesting statement saying that if you look at what happened 100 years back, you had the onset of something called as electricity that almost touched every industry. Right? The way things were there before electricity versus the way things are there after electricity. He makes a similar argument saying that once AI takes over, you are going to have a profound change. See, only for us it is like we are looking at change, but these kind of changes have been there. But the quite interesting thing is here we are talking about which makes things a little bit more complex. So we'll try to first understand what is AI. You can just spend on this. Don't go deeper into it. That is not meant for it. Now, you might have heard about self-driving cars. What do they do? They will basically drive the vehicle. You might have seen the videos also. You don't need a driver. There is a camera, there are sensors, everything. Somehow, this machine was trained to drive the vehicle. It drives, right? Self-driving. Can it do other things? It does only self-driving. As a human being, can you do multiple things? So, your narrow intelligence is where the intelligence has been created to do a specific task. General intelligence is where a machine is capable of doing multiple tasks. As of now, not a reality. As of now, still it is at a conceptual stage, not a reality. So, that's exactly where we look at artificial narrow intelligence versus artificial general intelligence. Of course, the branching and other things we can see, that is not the idea. Just to give you some kind of a scenario, I have given this. Now, please look at the classical programming. Anyone into programming? A little bit. Yeah. If you look at the classical programming, you write the code. You write the code. If I need to do some multiplications, can I tell the machine that this is how you need to multiply two numbers? I'm talking in English. Now, you also give the data. I'll say you multiply x with y, and I say x is equal to something, y is equal to something. Now, what does the program do? It gives me answers. This is the classical programming. If you understand this concept, half of AI is done with. Now, in the earlier example, what did I do? When we looked at that bananas and apples, what did I do? I gave the data in the pictorial format. Some 4 or 5 pictures of apples, some 4 or 5 pictures of bananas. And then I said, an apple is an apple, a banana is a banana. I gave the answers. What did the machine do? It created this. Something that is round, probably which is in red color, happens to be an apple. It made the food. Now, this is exactly where the classical computer programming is different from the artificial intelligence as well as what is termed as machine learning, which seems to be quite interesting because you're actually training a machine with the data. You can spend 2 minutes. Once you're done with the reading, please read it twice and then tell me that you are done with. We'll have the discussion. Okay, let me start with machine learning is a scientific discipline concerned with the design and development of algorithms that allow computers to evolve behaviors based on empirical data, such as you get the data from sensors or databases, whatever it is. Algorithm is nothing but a set of instructions, step-by-step instructions that you give in the context of mathematics or in the context of computer science in order to get a task done or in order to get a problem solved. That is what is known as an algorithm. Now, if we go with the earlier example, I gave data to the machine. So what did I say? I gave an apple, called it as an apple. I gave a banana, called it as a banana. The machine started emitting the behavior. Please see this. Computers, they evolve behaviors based on empirical data. See, classification example is really very easy to understand. You can have 3 classes, 4 classes, 4 different types of fruits, or you can give a male, female. In the earlier scenario, when you have seen actually, when you look at teachable AI, if you can look at this, you find quite interesting examples. In fact, if you have the time in the evening, you can go to that teachable machine website, and then you can actually experiment a few things. Now, if I go back, okay, what do you see here now? Now it is easy for you to understand. Now, these are various poses of yoga, right? So, second thing is count, right? Third one is whether it is a marshmallow or not a marshmallow, it is again looking at this. So, if you see this, only face me plus dog. You see this. The moment it is changing, again here, tree. When the pose is in the tree, it says trees. Otherwise, then it becomes the wing, right? So, it has been trained. Similarly, the other one is the sound. This is a snap, this is a clap. Both are recorded. It is able to again find out what is a snap versus what is a clap. That means, irrespective of the nature of the data, whether it is a picture, whether it is a text, whether it is a video or whatever it is able to learn from this. Now, this is quite interesting. This was interesting as well as a bit threatening also, right? Not okay. Just see this. Now, it becomes very easy for you since we have already run the example. Give the machine 1,000 pictures of cats. Say that this is a cat, this is a cat, this is a cat, this is a cat. Give the machine 1,000 pictures of dog. This is a dog, this is a dog, this is a dog. The learning is occurring. That's exactly where, if you would like to see it from a more general format, data is given as the input, abstraction of the data using the algorithm, generalization. Now, what happens here? Once the learning is there, it is able to basically look at the generalization. Okay. Now, there are different terms that you come across. AI is one term, machine learning is one term, data mining is one more term. Especially when you look at something that is called as machine learning is considered to be a subset of artificial intelligence. Machine learning also includes intelligence. Machine learning itself is not entire AI. Machine learning is a part of AI. So interestingly, if you look at what is known as supervised learning, the same thing that we talked about. Now, why it is called as supervised learning? When you're teaching the machine, when we taught the machine, when I gave a picture of apple, what did I tell the machine? You're hand holding the machine. Just like the way you hand hold a boy or a girl, you're teaching them. See, this is a bottle, this is a table. The computer is being trained. That's the reason why it is known as supervised learning. Now, from supervised learning, as you go further, you also have something called as unsupervised learning. In this case, there is no training. Data is there, you run an algorithm, results are there. I'll give you an interesting example. All of you would have used at least once a website like Amazon, purchase something. Right? When you are looking at a product, do you get the recommendations made by Amazon? People who purchase this product or people who showed interest in this product also showed interest in these products, and probably is looking at giving you the bait, saying that, okay, now if it makes sense for you, what happens? So for example, I will give you a real-time example. Home printer. I purchased once, this was before COVID. The recommendation I got was a cover for the printer, which I did not purchase, which I purchased after 1 month. So you start saying, home printer, you will not use it every day. It starts accumulating dust. So you see that, okay, the kind of recommendation that was made makes sense. So what is happening here? You are able to convince the customer with the right kind of recommendation. Today, all of you watch OTTs. Do you have movie recommendations? That's a big subject, especially for us in MBA. We talk about recommendation engines, how these recommendations are made, what is the kind of mathematics that goes behind it. Because manually you cannot do it. If you look at the total number of movies and then matching everything, it becomes very difficult for you. So in this case, what you are doing is basically you are trying to look at the similarities between the customers. This fellow purchased A, B, and C. This fellow purchased A, B. So I can recommend C to this, right? So that is the kind of logic that we are talking about here, which is known as unsupervised learning. And of course, just look at this and tell me the difference. In the supervised learning, I am giving an input as well as the output. I am telling, next time when I give, you should be able to tell me whether it is a cat or a dog. I am teaching the machine. What is happening in unsupervised learning? You will not give any outcome labels. They are known as the output labels. Now in this case, say for example, I am just running something like a clustering. When I run clustering, it says that, okay, these seem to be similar, one group, these seem to be similar. Whatever they are, it is not bothered. It says that when you are clustering where you have to group similar objects based on certain dimensions, maybe you are saying that these are just similar products that I was able to find out. These are the similar data points that are there. Okay. Now, this is the generic structure that is there. You have supervised learning, unsupervised learning, semi-supervised learning, and then everything will be included in what is known as AI. Don't be worried about the technicalities at this point of time. Let's see this. Watermelon, bananas, oranges, train. Once you train and then when you are giving it, what is happening? It is able to do prediction, right? Okay. Now, let us slowly get into the AI part, which is a bit complex, but we are not interested in the mathematics behind that. We are only looking at the possibilities in terms of the applications. Now, if I look at a scenario where scientists have modeled networks the way our nervous system works. All of you are from the life sciences. So, what is the fundamental part of the nervous system? Right? Please don't ask me, I don't know how a neuron works. But you people say that, okay, a neuron is connected to another neuron. Once you get a signal, that gets amplified and sent to the next one. If it is good enough only, it will be sent. It has to cross a certain threshold. So what these fellows have done is, when I am looking at a problem, the input data points are given and they are multiplied with certain weights and sent to the next level of neurons. These are artificial neurons, ANNs, artificial neural networks. So what happens here is, it keeps on adjusting the weights, and firing in the signal to the next level until the final output is there. At this point of time, if you really look at what happens there will be lots of what you call matrix multiplications involved. There will be what is known as a transformation function, which could be a sigmoid function or which could be a softmax function or step function. Don't be worried about that. The whole idea is that the input is taken, and based on the input, what are you generating? The output is there. Now, say for example, in this case, when you are looking at a scan image, right? The morphology, height, stiffness, and thickness are studied, and at the end of the day, it is telling whether the cell is cancerous or healthy. Are you getting? Initial level of training is done. In fact, we work with a data set given by one of the hospital, which is available on UoH machine learning repository, which is known as Wisconsin Breast Cancer Institute data, that talks about the differences between the patients who are diagnosed with benign and malignant as the outcome. Only thing is, you have perfect data that is there. If you are interested, just let me show you. It is there. Now, if you see this, you will find it quite interesting. Now, this is the data that we actually look at. This is based on the biopsy. If you look at, we don't have any revealing of the data related to the individuals, just the ID of the patients is there. And then the biopsy results, right, which you might be knowing better, the data is there. But for me, the outcome is finally at the end of the day, based on all this, whether it is malignant or, see, some are diagnosed as malignant, some are diagnosed as benign, right? So what happens here is, using this, we feed this data to the machine, right? And then the machine will make a relationship in terms of what are the kinds of properties that are there here, and what is the kind of outcome that is there here. And then later, if you give it basically based on the algorithm, it will make a prediction as to whether it is benign or malignant. Of course, you confusion matrix, true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative, everything is done there to find the how effective or what is the level of accuracy with respect to the algorithm. But this is how basically when you look at the application part, it is going to be quite interesting, and across, it is not related to business, it is not related to the life sciences, across the industries, this is the kind of scenario that we are having. Now, reinforcement, quite interesting. You learn what to do. When there is a positive outcome, you repeat it. When there is a negative outcome, you try to avoid it. Right? The machine is trained similarly. Gaming is one of the best example where you can see what are the moves that gives you the positive results, it tries to go with that. The moves that it gives the negative results, it tries to basically avoid that, right? Whenever there is a penalty, it is a punishment not to do. Whenever there is something positive as a result, it actually knows what to do. From here, actually, we are getting to the code. So if you look at the terms that are trending today, we are talking about large language models, correct? We are talking about artificial general intelligence. We are talking about artificial narrow intelligence. We'll come to this, what these large language models are there, what is this ChatGPT, what is this Gemini, what is this, DAL-E, then GitHub, right? So you just look at this. We are talking about something called as generative AI. What is this? Generative AI. Gen AI, you might have heard about this, no? Generative AI, yes or no? Generative AI, almost every day you have it in even the general regular newspapers. So what is happening here? Simple case is machine learning that generates content. It's basically machine learning. What does it generate? Content. What is the content? It could be text, it could be numeric, it could be a document, it could be a picture, it could be a video, it could be sound, anything. Anything is generated here. That's the reason why we call it as generative AI. Which is the most popular generative AI tool we are familiar with? Come on. Just say, even I use ChatGPT. But we don't blindly copy ChatGPT. That's another thing. If I need to ask a question, say for example, you can ask ChatGPT, if I need to explain machine learning to a person with a non-mathematical background, how should I explain? I'll show this. You can basically look at, that is how you can use the tool, because for directly copy from the tool, there is no learning that is available. So as we look at generative AI, the first thing that we are going to look at is what is known as this ChatGPT. Please spend a minute on this. Actually, it is better if you move this side. You will get the neck pain. So, GPT is for generative pre-trained transformer. Nothing in terms of what I call by-hearting it also. We already know what is a Gen AI. Gen AI is all about generative AI. So what does your G stand for? Generative. How does it generate the content? Based on the questions. Based on the questions. You just ask a question, right? Now, how is it able to basically give these answers? These fellows, what they have done is, almost all the data available on the web, they trained on this. Massive. If you yesterday look at one of the interviews of Satya Nadella from Microsoft, he said some 5 or 6 years back, they are putting $1 billion into OpenAI. OpenAI is a different company. When they went for funding, Microsoft, they decided to put $1 billion into this. 1 billion is a huge amount. If I need to have a system that could actually get trained on the entire data, imagine the scale of operations that are needed. So in this case, what happened is, Satya Nadella says that Bill Gates warned him, you are going to burn this $1 billion. What OpenAI was as a company, no one knows. You're putting, but this fellow is convinced in terms of the work they were doing. This fellow said that this Microsoft's money, you're putting $1 billion, you're wasting almost $1 billion of Microsoft. Today, Satya Nadella claims it is almost equivalent to whatever $1 billion they kept after they got the shares. It is around $23 billion. 23 billion. If you look at the valuation, you see, you look at each of these interfaces. Your world is your market. If you really see in terms of the number of subscribers, and in India, how much they charge if it is a paid subscription? Any one of you paid? Okay, I'm not promoting ChatGPT. $399 only for India they have given it. Any idea? They are using all this data for training. It is like they are saying it is an unpaid internship. For India, they have given an unpaid internship. Whatever the data we are uploading, whatever the questions we are asking, what are the answers we are getting, what are the further questions, everything is being used in terms of training. So interestingly, when you look at why it is called as a LLM, large language model, billions of parameters. It's a massive amount of data it got trained. And then, if you can look at what is this transformer, when you type in your smartphone, when you type a word, especially when you are messaging, does it try to guess the next word? Say, for example, you press I, immediately am or something, it keeps on prompting. Similar to that, in this particular case, what is happening is, it's processing an entire sentence. You're asking a question, just like a human, what it is doing is, it allows ChatGPT to understand and respond to language in a coherent and a contextually relevant way. Remember, there is no reasoning with ChatGPT. It is not like it does reasoning. That is different. Based on the content on which it has been trained, basically it tries to give you the information. In fact, you can see, anytime did you ask ChatGPT, the answer you gave is wrong? Sometimes you can find, if you look at the answers it gives, sometimes it just gives you some answers. Say wrong, it says, I am sorry, and then corrects. That means it is not as of now, but it is rapidly progressing. quite interesting when you look at these kinds of scenarios. Backdrop. Let's basically get into some of the common applications. Do you use those who are having Apple Siri is there, you can directly talk to it. Or if you're talking about your Google, right, you can speak to Google directly. You can look at language conversions, translation is there, recommendations. You look at almost everywhere you have the applications of AI today. Okay. Now, how is this possible is the biggest question, right? From a purely non-technical perspective, if you would like to understand how it is possible, we'll go through a few aspects related to one is, what is the kind of hardware that is required to get this done? Because somewhere you need to have an engine that works and then does all this work. So what is the first thing that is given there? CPU. CPU stands for? So whether we understand it or not, even when we tell our children when they are studying computers, we say there is an input, there is a CPU, there is an output, right? And we say that your CPU is like the brain of the computer. So interesting perspective here is when you talk about the CPU, it's to be understood as the invisible manager inside the computer where the data input is transformed into information output. Without this, the transformation is not complete. It stores and executes program instructions to the vast network of the circuitry. That is basically related to the electronics. Now, as you go further, microprocessor is the physical implementation of the unit. So in your CPU, what is the kind of device that is there? Microprocessor. Now, interestingly, this is where I use ChatGPT. What is the equivalent example for this ChatGPT gives? Simple analogy is there. Look at the last sentence. Your CPU is like a smart professor who solves complex problems carefully, one by one. Why you call him as a professor, why it is like one by one, we'll see in a minute. Okay. So without CPU, you can't run your computer, Windows is not there, Word, Chrome, Excel not there, Logic, blah, 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 it is there. Now please look at the next sentence, or rather the next slide. GPU. GPU stands for? Okay, which is the company that is good at this? NVIDIA. That's where basically, if you look at the stock of NVIDIA, it just sold like anything. Because if you have to implement AI, you need a GPU. Your CPU is not enough. Your CPU is not enough. So CPU is central processing unit. What does G stand here? That's it, over. So basically, this was built for gaming applications. Because that's where you need to take decisions and people keep on spending hours and hours gaming. What does it do? It handles images and videos. Very simple. It's a graphics processing unit. So graphics is related to what? Images and videos. Please see this. Performs thousands of at the same time. Use heavily in AI and deep learning. Interestingly, this was built for gaming. The same application is as calculations in AI and deep learning. So this GPU basically got into the AI part. So what is the example for this? What is the example for a GPU given there? 1,000 students solving simple math problems at the same time. CPU is professor solving complex problems one by one. This is your GPU. How it does also, we'll see. This GPU is like 1,000 students, small problems they have taken and massively they are parallelly doing it. Now, you can spend here. So if you're done with this, now CPU, if you have 10,000 numbers, what does the professor do? Add it one by one, one by one, one by one. He is capable. But in this case, what is happening? 1,000 students are there. These fellows are adding 10 numbers at a time. So what happens to the work? It gets finished fast. Right. Small calculations, large number of people, right? But there, a single fellow is doing everything. So you have CPU managing the system, GPU doing the heavy training. Of course, we look at RAM, VRAM, SSD in a few minutes. Right now, not required. So GPU basically is a fast mass calculator. CPU is your smart processor, right? So if you can really see this, how it is being done, we'll also spend some more time on this. If you look at what could be termed as the core that is there, CPU has got few powerful cores. You can see that the green dots that are there in the CPU versus the GPU. So basically there is a difference that is there. So in this case, if you look at general tasks like doing work on your computer, browsing the internet, MS Excel, using Word and other things, CPU is okay. Comes to game, ChatGPT kind of scenario recognition, GPU. Okay. Now, earlier here we talked about something called as a core. That green dot is called as a core. Please spend a minute in terms of what is a core. So think of core as a mini brain inside the processor. So if you look at each employee as one core, if you have more number of employees, what happens? More amount of work done. If a CPU has got 4 cores or 4 tasks can be done at a time, 8 cores you can go with 8 tasks. But any idea as to how much a GPU can have? How many cores? Any guess? Any guess? If you are talking about a GPU, how many smaller cores it is having? You see this. Thousands of cores are there. Thousands of cores are there. Here maybe you can go up to 2 to 16 cores. Still powerful, but not as powerful as this. But then this is more in looking at the complex calculations. This breaks down everything into smaller calculations, but the fastness is there. Now each core is simpler, designed to repeat the same calculation. Your GPU cores are like 2000 simple together. So interesting perspective here is you are looking at the massive parallel processing that is available here in a GPU, which you cannot find with a CPU. So just see this. Why you can't chain the CPU like a GPU? They are built differently. In fact, if you look at GPU, the graphic processing unit, it has been built to handle smaller multiple calculations at a time, right? It has not been built as a CPU. So if you look at the repeating calculations, parallel tasks, your GPU is there. When you're talking about your CPU, complex decision making, sequential tasks are there, your CPU is made for it. So the whole idea of these devices are entirely different. So tell me how many U's you have learned now? CPU and GPU. Spend a minute again. So which can work parallelly? GPU, right? So what is the benefit? Faster, right? I'll just come to this. It is also not there. We'll just come back to this, but let's go to one more thing. CPU, GPU, now what is there? The third one, CPU, your tensor processing unit, tensor processing unit. TPU stands for tensor unit. The beauty about this is built for A. And obviously, which is the company you find there? These fellows, in fact, I don't know if any one of you have gone through the Google story, the book. Right from the beginning, their approach to using the computers is a bit different, right? So this has been designed by Google. What was the TPU created? CPU is good at thinking, GPU is good at calculations, but then TPU built specifically to run AI math extremely fast. Why this is happening? Say for example, you talk about a LLM. They are very large. GPU is powerful but consumes more energy. AI needed even faster matrix calculations, so they built a chip optimized only for AI tensors. Tensor means like you can take a matrix. I think all of you are aware of this. No? If you look at sequence of row columns that are there, right? You basically look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and say for example, so the interesting perspective here is the calculations that are required here basically they meant that you need to go with a tensor. A tensor basically gets its name the way you deal with a matrix. If you have a single column or a single row, it is a vector. You have rows and columns, it is a grid or a matrix. But then you look at a data cube where the dimensions are increasing. The dimensions are increasing. It is what is known as a tensor. So basically, if you look at AI, what you need to understand is A is all about matrix calculations. A is all about tensors. What is a tensor? We know very clearly that if it is a row and column, it is a matrix. This row and column, one behind the other, if they are increasing, it becomes a tensor. Simply speaking, if you have an ordered number, it is a vector, right? Again, you can just spend a minute here. So your entire design of a tensor processing unit is meant for matrix calculations, which are done repeatedly in AI, in the AI applications. Now from here, if you can just go back and look at the small things that are there, it is very easy for you. You need not worry about this. Okay, any one of you, can you please take the lead and tell me what is the RAM? What is it? Temporary memory. That means whenever the computer is functioning, you have something called as a hard disk or an SSD where the data is getting stored. But then when you are working with the data, this temporary storage is there. This is basically what is known as the short-term temporary memory. It temporarily stores the data and programs your computer, whatever is currently using. So for example, this is again, let me tell you, the analogy I have taken from ChatGPT. Please see this. Whenever you are talking about your cupboard, RAM, CPU, whatever the scenario, your storage, where is this? In the cupboard. Your cupboard is like a hard disk. Your RAM is your disk. Your CPU is your working person. What happens once you clear your working for the day? You clear your disk. That means on the disk, no more data will be there. On the RAM, once you switch off the computer, you don't have any data that is present. It is a temporary storage. You take it from the cupboard, put it here, work. After work is done, you are keeping it back, right? So that's how basically you can start working with this. You take the files from the cupboard, place them on your desk, so you can work on them quickly. When you finish and shut down the computer, RAM clears everything. It's like cleaning your desk. Of course, don't tell me I don't clean my desk, then what do I do, right? It is expected that we clean the desk. Now, what are the important features? What is the type of memory that you are using? Temporary. Power gone? Gone. You might have observed this. When you're working on a Word document or an Excel, and suddenly if the power is gone, if you have not saved, what happens? But till the power is there, how it is there? It is there temporarily on the RAM. That is the reason why today we go with what is called as that UPS, no? Whether you save or not, if a UPS is there, probably you don't lose the data. That's how you're looking at it. So, very fast, much faster than HDD. For example, look at the variations that are there, 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, 16 GB plus RAM. These are the variations as far as the RAM is concerned. But remember, RAM is a temporary storage. Please look at VRAM. If you know RAM, VRAM is easy. V stands for? So basically, now video coming means what kind of data you're looking at? Graphics, right? So VRAM is a special type of memory used for CPU. GPU deals with graphics. So for a CPU, if it is a RAM, for GPU it is a VRAM, right? I don't know why they didn't call it as a GRAM. GPU, GRAM could be easy. If RAM is for CPU, VRAM is for GPU. Again, the question here is, how a VRAM is different? What do you deal with in your graphics? Very large images, number calculations, parallel processing. So whatever is required by the GPU, that is getting supported by the VRAM, right? Okay. Now this is our classic hard disk. How many of you have seen it in the old computers? When you open it, you find actually a hard disk that is there. And now if you see that spins, right? Basically, on it, whatever is like a filter, it is like the read and write head. That means whenever you are either reading the data or whenever you are writing the data, it keeps on spinning and it moves on different threads in order to basically give us data. It is a mechanical device, it has got moving parts, but then whenever there is a the time lag is higher. The disk has to rotate, it has, see, it may seem that it is happening, but then if you have a big work, it becomes slower because disk must spin in order to read the data. But at the same time, it is cheaper. Today you have up to 2 terabytes of storage available. Now, why HDD matters in AI? Again, you can spend a minute. Today, how much bit in the pen drive capacity? We carry GBs of data. In fact, most of our students carry more than the data that we are carrying. God knows what kind of data is that. But then, interesting perspective here is when you look at the capacity that is there, your HDD is able to store this data in a very cheaper format. That means it is cheap. Data is moved from HDD to the RAM, RAM to VRAM, VRAM to CPU, because VRAM is related to graphic processing use. Yes. If you compare a SSD with a HDD, obviously your SSD is much more costlier compared to HDD. Okay. SSD is there. Solid state drive. Now here what is happening is the disk, everything is gone. Basically, it's a device which can store your data, but it is much faster. There are no moving components, there are no spinning disks, no moving parts are there. Just like the way pen drive is there, this disk is there, and the data is getting stored there, right? Quite interesting. So data access is instant. Again, it is able to give you the data faster. But today, some of the computers, they give both this. If I want a HDD, complete HDD, computer will cost more. So if you can go with a HDD plus HDD, then the cost will be relatively affordable. And why SSD is important? You can again see larger data sets are there. It can load the data sets faster, install AI software quickly, very interesting. It can even do the actual training happens in RAM and VRAM. It helps move the data faster to the RAM. So that is where this SSD comes into the picture. Cache, this is known as a cache, just for our understanding. Just see this by look. What do you understand from this square box? It's a processor. For the time being, since it is not showing too many dots means too many cores are there. Probably it could be a GPU. Now it is CPU, it is also written there. Then you find something called as L1 cache, L2 cache, L3 cache. Please see this. Cache is a small ultra fast memory inside the processor. RAM is a temporary memory. On the processor, that means within the processor, there is again a memory that is there. This stores frequently used data, frequently used instructions. So the processor doesn't have to go to the RAM again and again. See, actually to study this, we need to do computer science engineering for 4 years. But for us to understand, because how it is implemented is a different question. But for us, at least for the understanding, temporary storage RAM is there. Still, why do you need this cache? For frequently used data, for frequently used instructions, the processor need not go to the RAM again and again. It need not get the data from the RAM. Rather, it can get the data from the cache. So, if you find it useful, you can go with it. So, where do you buy your groceries? Anyone can answer. Both men and women buy groceries. No? Where do you buy? In the supermarket. Your supermarket is like your hard disk or an SSD. From the supermarket, let's say you purchase certain things and kept it in your refrigerator, that is the RAM. From the kitchen, do you always move to the refrigerator or keep things in the kitchen shelf? That becomes your cache. That becomes your cache. You see this. Same, you stored somewhere, then you kept a portion of it here, and then whatever is needed, I keep it near to me. Whatever is frequently needed only, I am going to keep. Whatever is frequently not needed, I am not going to keep. So this whatever is frequently needed, which is kept inside the core, what is this known as? A cache. Again, there are different types that are there, L1, L2, L3. We will not get into it, but basic idea is that if you are closer, more faster. If you are a bit away from that microprocessor, then you are going to take some time. Okay, just we can conclude the CPU versus GPU versus CPU. Just you can spend a minute here. CPU versus a GPU versus a TPU, right? Now you know CPU, the traditional computing, right? Central processing unit. GPU is graphic processing unit. TPU is, the moment it is a tensor, you need to imagine a matrix. And then matrix in 3 dimensions, it becomes a tensor, right? So tensor processing unit has been specifically built for AI. This is the chip that has been basically built for the AI part. So still the movie is not over. NPU. The next one is NPU. Neural processing unit. Quite interesting. Neural processing unit. Okay. How many of you are carrying a smartphone? Almost all of us. You are carrying a NPU. There is an NPU within that. Please see this. NPUs are inside smartphones, modern laptops. What is this actually? Small processor designed specifically to run AI tasks on devices like smartphones and laptops. So unlike TPU, which is used in big data centers, NPU is used in personal devices. So you are already making a case. You said that you have already built a GPU. Why do you need a NPU, neural processing unit? For the smaller devices which we carry, which are portable, you need not go with a GPU, which is used maybe in a data center. Now, right now in your Visakhapatnam data center is coming, right? Maybe their GPUs are needed. But in our smartphones, in our tablets, in our laptops, what is needed? An NPU is enough. It is a smaller version in terms of what is termed as a neural processing unit. So you can just spend a minute here. Now let me ask you a small question. In the beginning, what is the exercise we have done? In the beginning, what is the exercise I have done? We went to the teachable machine learning or teachable machine, and then I uploaded some pictures of apples, some bananas, and then I pressed something called as training. This training did not occur on this machine. This training occurred on the server of that particular company. That means this training is on the cloud, not on the local machine. But then if you need to really look in terms of the scenario that is there, you are directly running something on the device. That means that you need not be connected to the cloud. Your device is capable of doing things on its own. You need not be contacting the cloud again. AI started moving from cloud to the devices. Instead of sending data to the servers, earlier when I said train, what happened is it took those apple pictures, it took those banana pictures to the server, got trained, and then the results are displayed. In this case, what is happening here? Your local machine, that means that you need not be connected to the internet. Now, how many of you open your mobile phone with face recognition? If you see, face recognition, voice assistance, camera enhancement, real-time, all these are possible thanks to NPU, which is a part of the devices that we use every day. So just look at this, the kind of examples that we got here. How many of you edit photos on your smartphone? You can change the lighting. If you don't like a person, you can remove the person. It will make the picture as if that person is not there. If you want to insert a person, you can do that. People generally say that I am with this fellow, that fellow, right? So interesting perspectives. So you can unlock this we have done. Why not GPU? GPU uses more battery, it generates more heat. GPU is overkill for small AI tasks. We said that a data center GPU. In this case, NPU is over. Energy efficient, optimized for a small AI models, perfect for mobile devices. Small power efficient processor designed to run AI directly on the smartphones and modern laptops. Okay, actually, where I started comes here as per the syllabus that is given it. But when I was actually designing the class, I thought that this is where I should start. Your teachable machine, they kept it somewhere towards the end. But then if you know what it is doing, it is a better way of getting into it, no? See, if I start with CPU, GPU, God knows what it does. I already know that it does something. Okay, these are the things behind it. Now we can do it. Now, we have already seen this, no? Images, fonts, body poses, whatever are there. Everything is done through the browser. Okay, I don't think you need to spend some time on this. What is the poster here? Standing, no? Right? Squat, a little bit it is showing, but most of it, maybe 10 to 15% is squatting it is, but remaining 85% is standing. Similarly, what is the pose here? Squatting, right? So you can just see this, but remember, small examples, okay. This cannot be used on an enterprise level. This is for people like us while we are learning, especially in the academic context. Say, for example, tomorrow you would like to tell your students about machine learning and artificial intelligence. This kind of site is easy for us because this is not meant for large business applications. Two things that we can do, not suitable for very big data sets. Machine is a beginner-friendly tool to build simple AI models directly in your browser without coding. Did I do any coding there? I didn't write even a single piece of code. It is able to basically do it on itself good enough. Now, that is not enough. You generally would have come across terms called as no code, low code. No code is the earlier scenario where not even a single line of code is required. Low code is where a little bit of code will be there, right? Now, Google AutoML platform allows you to build AI models without writing complex code. So it is designed more for businesses, startups, analysts, product teams. It runs on Google Cloud, but you need to pay, right? Any one of you, how much you pay for your mail, Gmail? Don't pay anything till 15 GB. That's it. The moment you cross 15 GB, what does that fellow tell you? You will see, oh my God, this much is a subscription. All the enterprises, they pay. Interesting perspective. You see, when he started, he thought that 15 GB is enough for a lifetime. He said that you need not, we remember somewhere in the early 2000s when Gmail started, they said you don't have the need to delete your mail. Whatever the mails that you get during your lifetime, you can store with 15 GB. But then slowly, as you see, the data needs also fit. So typically here, when something is designed, basically from the business perspective, you have to pay some amount of money for the subscription. So you give the data, you give the problem type, it chooses the algorithm, trains the model, tests the performance, deploys the model, right? The simple scenario is there here. You can predict sales, you can classify customer feedback. So you sometimes, by looking at the picture of a product, you can can do it if you train it, right? So you can do many things using this Google AutoML. So it uses the Google's infrastructure. So essentially, what is the contribution of Google to the infrastructure there? The tensor processing units, right? TPUs are there very much, right? By default, your CPUs are there in a computer and CPUs are there. So any number volume, the scaling can be done. Large data sets, they can be done. Okay, it's a bit better in terms of giving the accuracy metrics also that is there. Quite interesting. It is much more advanced than teachable machine. The next one is S2O.ai. Needed to be already. All these are platforms. Just in the evening, once you have some time, go through this. So it says that it is, what is the priority of this? Low code, no code. Little bit of code, almost no code, you can do it. In fact, today the interesting part is you need not learn coding also. If at all you need to write code, go to ChatGPT, ask it that this is the problem, these are the parameters, it will generate the code. This is known as vibe coding. Of course, it may not be perfect, but you can change it. You need not be completely a coder. You can't become a coder just to implement the AI part of it. Okay, next one is there a movie with this name? Ram Charan, right? Orange. Now, these 5 days, you will have lots of oranges. Because as per the syllabus that is given, almost, I don't know why they like the orange, but every time they said, demonstrate this using orange in practice only, don't harass the students, right? So the interesting part is when you are talking about this orange, free, open source. Now you see this. If you look at very powerful applications, you have a programming language called as R, Python, they are also free open source. It is just like they drag that oranges, it's a drag and drop tool that is there. Data analysis, machine learning, visualization. You don't write code, you connect the blocks called as widgets. So orange lets you flows by connecting visual blocks together. That means you need to combine the blocks. You can see that basically maybe from tomorrow. Did anyone start it today, Orange? So probably tomorrow, one of your faculty will be starting the orange part. Okay, this is an example similar to what we have done here. Say for example, I would like to do some logistic regression. Use the data from the file, and then I would like to do this on this. So I keep here the testing and everything is done. The output is given here. The plotting is given there. Just you need to combine the blocks, and then automatically you're going to get the result. Next one is 9 KNIMD. Same, but only thing is, what is the difference there? It is much more advanced than orange. Are you getting me? See, these are all the platforms that are available. It doesn't mean that you need to go through all the platforms. Maybe you can check with orange kind of a thing and stick to it also. Now, next one is WEKA, WEKA, a very old one, but especially from the academic perspective. If you see, it has a simpler interface, but is more academic in nature. So, especially some 8 years back, professors here, they used to use WEKA in order to teach the machine learning, but a very old software. Now, this is rapid miner. So, again, low code data science platform, more business oriented, right? You can really do many things that are related to business. This is what is known as a rapid miner. Not much here, but this is where the next part of the discussion comes. Please spend a couple of minutes here. What is the term introduced there? Done with? You see, very simple. What they are saying is, suppose you took a picture. Earlier, what we used to do is, we used to connect this phone to the laptop and then use some software, then use to edit this picture. Now, what can you do? You can do everything on the phone itself. Edge computing, right? On the device itself, everything is available. On the device itself, everything is available. Edge AI means running AI directly on the device at the edge instead of sending the data to the cloud. Processing happens locally on the device itself. Do you need internet connectivity for this? If the phone itself or the device itself is capable, without internet connectivity also I can go. Enables real-time decision making, improves privacy and security of the user data. We'll see a few examples later. If it is cloud, data should go to the cloud, process, it should be sent back. Edge AI, what happens? Data processed instantly inside the device. How many of you have seen the landing of Chandrayaan? The landing part. First time we failed, second time the landing was done. See, if you look at some of the interesting questions there, if I can control the machine from the earth, it's a good idea because humans are there. There is no person inside the machine. If I can control it, okay, I look at the terrain and everything and keep on giving instructions. But how much time it takes for me to get the signal from there? That means whatever I am seeing now is already over 1 minute back. Whatever I am seeing right now is already over 1 minute back. When should I give the instruction? And how much time it takes for the instruction to go back, the signal to go back? If it is not a very critical application, fine, because regularly satellites keep on sending pictures, we'll get them. But I need here something in terms of real time that is there. That means they build the AI into the machine where looking at the terrain it adjusts itself. That means it is not dependent on the cloud. It is not completely dependent on the cloud because the edge AI, the AI is present within the machine itself. Now the same concept, if you see, can I keep it on my CCTV camera? Can I look at smart TV, IoT, smart vehicles, on and on. Now you might have seen, here the corridor is there. When I walk in, the light basically switches on. Now no one is there, it immediately gets switched off. It is able to sense, it is able to change its intensity, right? You have oven, you have a LED bulb, you have a refrigerator, right? Now, interesting. Surveillance cameras, right? You are able to really look at detecting human versus animals versus vehicles. Suspicious movements are instantaneously identified. Sending alerts without cloud delay. Facial recognition where it is permitted. Works even with low or no internet. Faster detection of the threat, lower bandwidth, better privacy, data stays local, it is not getting into the cloud. Similarly, you can look at smart vehicles, cars and scooters, right? So if a self-driving car has to make a decision, it can't send to the server will tell something by the time accident is over. So the interesting case here is milliseconds matter. Delays can cause accidents. Local AI ensures instant reaction. Okay. Now further, if you see the appliances, almost all the appliances today, they have this embedding of the AI that is there. So what happens is, especially when you talk about that latency, the time that is taken when you give something and something gets done, the total time, that is where the time spent is latency. You need to reduce the latency so that you can immediately act on something. So you can just see in terms of whatever the devices that are there. In interest, you see most of them are related to kitchen, whatever are there, or they are related to food. Okay. Either you can order them on Amazon, or while going from Hyderabad you can buy them. Okay. Ladies, you can buy them and ask your husbands to pay the bills. Gents, you can buy and gift it to your wives, right? Okay. This is the end of the discussion. Any questions? Yes, why not? But you should know what is the data you are giving, what is the data you are giving, and then specifically, say for example, if you are able to look at a cancerous cell versus a non-cancerous cell, you have to be careful in terms of how you are dealing with it, whether this machine is capable of going up to that extent, because low code, no code is for smaller applications. But you have highly built-in models, but for that fellow charges. So for example, you go to a site called as Kaggle, maybe you would have been introduced about the Kaggle or UCM machine learning repository. I'll just take you through just a minute, don't worry, I'm not going to take your time. If you look at certain scenarios, in this case, if I look at now you can see this, if you look at a site like this, lots of data is available which has been donated. You can freely download from this. So for example, you can see which is the data related to your area, right? Now you can see different types, right, from the business to healthcare, everything is there. So earlier when I was talking about this breast cancer data, this is donated by that Wisconsin hospital, right? So if you really see this is the amount of data, and then they explain the data whatever is available also. This is one source from where you can get the data sets and you can basically train. But then before that you check the machine capability, what are the machine that you are using. Generally I don't advise using heavy AI on your local machine because the machine might go. You don't have a GPU there, only CPU is there, it gets hung. Or in the worst case, it gets destroyed also. We will run small neural networks on the local machines, but small. If it is bigger, the machine will not be able to, it hangs, right? So that is one, and then the next one is, if you can go to this kaggle.com and then look at whatever the data sets that are available, right? Someone seems to have already logged in here, one of the professors. So if you can just look at the different types of data sets that are available and how you can do lots and lots of data sets and lots of algorithms, lots of exercises are there. But you need to see to what extent you need and how you would like to go into it, right? Thank you. You can. Thank you. What is your name? Okay,